Good morning, YouTube. Good morning. Welcome back. Welcome, fellow investors, fellow apes. It's so good to get to be here again. Happy Friday. Hope everybody got lots of rest and excited for some exciting days ahead in the stock market. GME and SPY and AMC all are set for some big moves here very soon. Might be today, might be next week, but one way or another, it's very close, and I am excited. Let me just put out some announcements. Go. Awesome. Yeah, so let's take a look here. We're 1 minute now until the market opens officially for the day. And we got our man Warlord Mohican in the house. What's up, Warlord Mohican? Welcome back, my brother. You off today? But yeah, GME now 9:30, market open, looking like it might push up here off the rip. We'll see. Been very held down the last couple days. I'm kind of very curious whether or not we're gonna get held down today. I'm super curious if we're gonna get some huge volume like we got last week. So really interesting to think about. Could be happening. I would like to secure myself a little bit more GME today. And I don't know about you, Warlord, by the way. I was thinking about picking up some puts on the SPY here coming up. I might wait for one more rip to the upside. I'm not 100% sure. I think there'll be a rip to the upside before it comes down, but I do think that next week we're gonna see a big drop off from the SPY here. I don't know if it'll be Monday. I'm predicting between Monday and Wednesday of next week, like a big one, like August, big one. Miklos Schmidt, yo, Miklos. Good morning, Miklos. And Warlord's off today. That sounds awesome. But yeah, so Lambo today, I don't think today's the day. I think it's gonna be sometime between Monday and Wednesday of next week. I think we might get a breakout upside today. You know, a little bit something to the upside. We still have this level above us that we could test, and you know, all of that. Well, maybe we'd even break above that, but I don't think we're gonna make enough to buy a Lambo today. That's the easy way to put that. But next week, I don't know. I'm not rolling Lambo out of next week. I'm really not. So, should be exciting. SPY here, trying to push up from at a pre-market. We are higher than we ended yesterday. I'm really expecting a drop-off, though. I think that this wasn't really much of a top to speak of. So I'm kind of looking for a bit of a blow-off top today. And then next week, you know, with all-time highs probably today. And then next week, we'll come down. So I'm still gonna wait I'm still gonna wait and hope to buy my put up here. I don't know if that's better or worse, but in terms of having the extra volatility from the big jump and all that, but we'll see. Hey, Les Surgeon! What's up, Les Surgeon? Prius it is? Yeah, I might be able to get a Prius after today. Who knows? We might be able to. So, yeah, really gotta make sure people are looking at the dollar right now. The dollar's continuing to drop off dramatically after yesterday. This is one of the bigger drop-offs I've seen. Down to 10.16 this morning. Or 116. Up 8 cents from there, but point is that in August we had the yen carry trade, and the more this drops, the more that's exacerbated, and the yen carry trade is a lot of what I think is coming. So Just make sure you guys are making smart choices today. GME right now 22.31. I do want to try looking into a little bit, last little bit of adding a little bit more GME at the end here. But I don't know if I want to buy now or just wait to save $1 per contract. Maybe I'll just buy now. Yo, good morning, TZ YOLO. Kind of maybe the same thing with SPY. I feel like I'm not going to save that much per contract. Might as well just... Oh, wait. Gonna need some volume today, though. Yeah, I'm really interested to see if we might get something. I was thinking about this as I was saying it earlier. Last Friday, we got a big pop. I believe it was 920. So we're obviously past 920 now, but I'd be curious to watch 1020 today. Or at least just something all throughout the day. I think that we might get just some random pop-up volume like we saw last week. I feel like that's very possible. Or you know, or it's just all going to wait until next week, which works perfectly fine for me as well. I should probably pick up my contracts before that volume comes in, though. Sorry, I'm gonna have a little bit of distractedness here coming up, but we'll jump around the markets here in a moment. Let me just pick up these. I don't want to wait on GME. Okay, got those. And let me just go with this last little bit of SPY, I guess, for now, too. I don't think there'll be much of a difference if we start dropping off before then, which we are dropping off now. I still think that a recovery is coming to the upside, but I could just be wrong on that. AMC ripping? Oh, give me a second. 462 AMC, crazy. Okay, now I put in my buys, at least for now. I feel a little better. Now whatever happens in the market, I don't have to be upset that I made one decision or the other. Good morning, Geeko Gadgets. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Great to see you again. Hope you're excited for the next couple days. GME trying to make a push up here. 22.48 right now. Well, intraday high of. No, they should be about the same prices everywhere. No, they shouldn't be different at all. I use a little bit of both actually. Although the contract prices on Robinhood, I feel like, will show you sketchier prices all the time, and you kind of gotta wiggle and figure it out a lot of the time of what the best price you could get for yourself is, instead of the price it's suggesting for you. Otherwise, you'll put yourself behind on some options trades right off the bat if you just go with whatever they're suggesting. I'm sure Webull does that a bit too, but just not, I haven't noticed it nearly to the same extent. SPY right now showing some weakness. It's just coming down, touching this EMA 200 line though. I don't think it's really gonna drop off right now. It could, but I think that SPY is just going through some consolidation. We're still holding. Gotta break a bit further to start panicking. I just bought puts though, so I wouldn't panic, I'm just saying. 22.44 though, GME. Going for those intraday highs, pushing on up. Let's go, Jimmy. Would be really exciting to see it start popping off today instead of wait. I wonder if I should just buy my contracts the last little bit that I'm looking at here. Or maybe we'll load up with AMC with this last bit. And maybe that'll be the smarter play here. Yeah, let's go pick up our last little bit of AMC before AMC does anything too crazy. All right, nice and loaded up for next week. Maybe we'll get something crazy today. Still super early on in the day. I guess I should look and see what else is going on a little bit here. Canopy Growth doing okay. I still think Nano Nuclear is going to keep pushing up. Nano Nuclear right now at 17. It was at 14 yesterday. SPY rating at 573. Still really haven't curled down that daily just yet. Still got a ways to go. 1 hour just flipping green on the SPY. Might be trying to flip back red here, though. It's not really showing a lot of momentum to the upside. Maybe we are actually just going to keep coming down today. I don't know, though. I still feel like we're going to have a push up here, because that daily. I don't know. Either way, it's coming down next week. Sofi making a rip to the upside, 796 intraday high. Currently at 792, could be about to break above $8. I've always thought Sofi is a pretty shorted stock, so I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense that it would run. Baba, by the way, 107 now. Is the China market going to keep ripping out? I did call this out yesterday. Should keep your eye on this or consider this one, because because they are supposedly getting a stimulus package. They didn't necessarily get it all yet, I don't think. Yeah, really interested to see what these Chinese stocks end up doing next week if the SPY drops. Shiba Inu ended up coming up to $20, or no, I'm sorry, up to 20. You know, whatever decimal point that would bring us to. I'm not gonna work it out. But either way, Shiba Inu still looking very strong. Could keep ripping to the upside. And I'm watching the interview video from yesterday. What is the interview video from yesterday? The Janet Yellen one? No, actually, I didn't finish that one. I did actually try to look up more Janet Yellen last night, but for some reason her speech from yesterday, I still can't find it. I did hear that she was bashing Trump's presidency when she talked, and again, you know, not trying to get political around here or anything at all, but I do think it's interesting that that's what she chose to talk about. I think that during Trump's presidency, he probably removed some sort of rule or regulation that has exacerbated this problem that we're going into now. But she can't say that yet because it would cause problems in the market. So they have to wait until the market crashes and then they can talk about it. That remains to be seen. But we'll see. I do know that a lot of changes happened around his term, and here we are. Here we are with our problem now. Which would kind of really line up with like a lot of things if you think about it too. Like during his presidency, the market was just like the craziest I've ever seen in my life. I mean, probably it was similar to like the dot-com bubble, but that was a problem in itself. But that market was just ripping every single month. You could, yeah, it was just crazy all across the market. So if he did do something, it would kind of make sense, like, you know, with a deal to either make the market rip or just the market was ripping because it was able to pull in so much more money than before. Plug Power could be squeezing. Plug Power calling out right now. This still is very early. Anybody's interested in something, I just loaded up on other things. I don't know, I got a tiny bit remaining. Let me go see what Plug Power options are here. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Oh, got him. Nice. So contracts for next week for $3 contracts are $2. If you wanted the 250 strike price to be $3, I just went for whatever I can get the most of. Be interesting. That'd be fun. Something fun to watch for today at least. 223 plug power going up. F-Cell looking okay. If plug power squeezes, F-Cell might squeeze too. It's still not too much, but if you look at pre-market, it almost looked like it tried squeezing in pre-market. Could be an interesting pickup for F-Cell too. Not financial advice, just throwing ideas out there for now. Good morning, Majanon. How are you doing? Welcome back. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better. Sorry to hear you weren't feeling good yesterday. Hopefully that's better. Hopefully you got some good rest last night. Intel could also be trying to do something here. Maybe it'll be more of a fake out here on Intel though. Who knows? SPY breaking down a little bit further here. I'd say that we probably still have a rip in our future. We were pretty overbought on the 5-minute RSI right before market open, so still cooling off quite a bit. In fact, we are just about to flip green on the 1-minute MACD, so probably are going to get a push up here after it's done doing its thing. Got 4 plug power for 2 weeks out. Excited for you and I both. I think plug has a lot of potential. I was really surprised when I looked over and saw plug a moment ago. So definitely keep your eye on this one. I'm gonna keep an eye on it obviously all day too. 223 right now and pushing up plug power. Plug power is a long way to run too. It's what I really like about it. I used to be on plug power a long time ago, but it was like $30. Maybe it even ran up to $60 back then. I don't remember. Yep. 75 actually. That was a fun squeeze. And I just got into this one very early, and realistically, I can't stress enough too. If I'm right about next week, and next week is the week that GME does its thing, most meme stock plays are gonna see some love too. So plug power kind of falls into that boat, and so does most of the ones like BlackBerry, Nokia, all kinds of stuff. Lots of good options out there. FFIE probably gonna squeeze this week. This coming week. Weekly chart on SPY just looks like it's asking for a correction. I'll probably feel amazing. Yeah, no, it's been tough lately. I feel like I've gotten less than 2 hours of sleep every day for the last 3 or 4 days. It really sucks. Definitely been affecting me, so I can only imagine if anybody else is having the same issues that I've been having. Then, yeah, it'd be hard. But we're close. I'm telling you, I need you all to have faith. This is the one. This is it. There's no longer any more panicking or worrying or stress. Next week is our week. No question about it. Or the Swedish equivalent of it. Eco Gadgets knows. Plug really looking, kind of parabolic right now. Just like it wants to start. Oh, what's the recent ceiling here? Okay, there it is. See, we're actually pretty much testing the levels that we would need to break through for our breakout here. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess I should do a thing, yeah? Would be really interested to see if SPY starts selling off today, substantially. I kinda am gonna be really watching to see if at the very end of the day we get a big sell-off. Maybe before then, but I don't think so. PCC right now at 0.86, kind of in the middle. Hard to tell what the market's really feeling. Cost to borrow right now for AMC was pretty much the same as what it was yesterday, but they ended up getting 500,000 short shares back. Isn't that awesome? GME short shares went down kind of substantially, you know, down 450,000, over half. We'll see if that continues or if they magically get a bunch again. Looking at the heat map here, kind of in between. Looks like slightly more green right now than red. What else? What else likes to run with plug? I would have thought sun power, that's gone. Fuel cell. Fuel cell and plug were the two big ones that I remember running together. Shoot, what's the last one? Oh man. Charge point looking kinda interesting right now too. Charge point is another suppressed stock. Could be an interesting squeeze play coming up for charge point. If one squeezes, the other one will squeeze out of those two, I think. I'm pretty sure, and they'll run together. Nvidia showing some red, just testing the bottom of pre-market, the bottom of yesterday's lows, just about. Not quite, but we'll see. Still looking like the market's just consolidating though, definitely nothing to read into yet. I don't know, it's starting to curl down the 15-minute and the 30-minute. It could curl down that 1 hour as well. It could look real grim for what's coming. I don't know. Plug power looks like it did get rejected there for now. For now, give it some time to break through. Ew, Blackberry, what are you doing? Blackberry dropping off. I think they had their earnings just the other day, right? I think that, well, maybe not. Not seeing it on here, at least. Yikes. Blackberry should squeeze. I would think that at this pretty much the same time GME squeezes. Costs continuing to look stronger. Costs could be setting up for a run, which is a big indication when it comes to GME. SPY getting its bounce now, starting to push up 573.42. I think a lot of the market could be decided on how much the SPY starts pushing up here. Nvidia kind of looking a lot like the SPY. That makes sense. I don't know though. I'm still pretty bearish on everything, it looks like. Could be coming up to retest those highs here soon though, maybe. Plug power building for another push, another attempt. Lucid Motors looking promising. Tired of thinking that though. Lucid Motors falls under, you know, the same category of all the rest of the meme stocks. Should end up squeezing though. Neo looking particularly strong today, another Chinese stock. Neo looking really good. Neo's been very suppressed for a long time. Neo would probably be one of the best Chinese stock pickups. And it's ripping, so make your move if you're gonna do so, not financial advice. Still, I really don't know how the Chinese stocks are gonna react to an overall market crash next week. TLT with a gap up this morning, continuing to run in pre-market, 98.62, higher than all of yesterday. TLT could be the sign that people are fleeing to safety before the SPY drops off hard. Looks like the SPY came up, got rejected. Didn't even make the highs of pre-market yet. Still could end up pushing up more here though, we'll see. If it flips back red on the 1 minute though, that could be a real bad sign for the rest of the day. Before anything major happens. Speaking of flipping red, GME really close to doing so. Gonna need a bounce here. Open door up to 219 this morning. Open door, another one of those that's looking like it has an interesting push upwards. Tesla stock 255.60, looking like it could break down further here. Start bringing down the overall SPY. Does seem like most of the large caps that I've been looking at do look like they're breaking down. XLU climbing. I don't know, XLU could be showing that SPY is gonna start climbing here soon. We shall see. BlackBerry could be getting its bounce here. Could be a nice time to pick a BlackBerry at a decent discount. Lower than all of yesterday. Plug power 224. About to make another attempt to break through here. Charge point making intraday highs. Tesla making new intraday lows, unless you can't pre-market. We'll see. For now, open market, continuing to drop down here. We'll see if it gets a bounce or not. If you're going off the SPY alone, kind of looks like, at least from this level, that we should get a bounce on SPY and the overall market. Fuel cell pushing up to fill this gap, which would an interesting push in the upwards direction. AMC 460, AMC looking much better than it was yesterday. Maybe we're all done with the 450s and the 440s. Hopefully we can push on up here and make new intraday highs very soon. $461. Let's go, AME. AME leading the way today. GME lagging behind. Could be a nice sign that we will get a push up from GME soon, though. Neo Inc. 649 right now, getting overcooked on the RSI. Could be coming down for a small pullback, but otherwise looking really good to keep ripping later on today. DJT up to 1520, looking pretty good. Getting overbought as well on the RSI though. This could be the top for now. Looks like plug did get rejected. Gonna come down and have to try again. What do we think about Jared's latest tweet? Yeah, so that's interesting. I think it's just confirming everything else that I'm thinking. I look at it as very, very exciting. But again, it's just, you know, confirmation on exactly what I was thinking, which I love. But let me just go see and make sure there wasn't another new one that you're talking about. Oh shit, there is another new one. No, I didn't see this one till now. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I'm thinking maybe something like GameStop Marketplace. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a countdown. Yep, absolutely. I feel that way too. Absolutely. Yeah, certainly a part of the reason why I feel the way I feel about next week. It's not the only reason, but just another confirmation and things. But yeah, so that's interesting. I'm gonna go with GameStop Marketplace because he has the crypto. GameStop Marketplace makes the most sense to me out of everything. I think that we're gonna get a big announcement next week too. I think that this is, I think that something's in the works here. I'm predicting merger between the whatever Jared has got going on and whatever GME's got going on, but then maybe some other things too. I did hear that they're working more with costs lately and things, and I don't really think buying costs is the answer, but if it was some sort of merger deal instead of acquisition, then that's really interesting. So that's the thing, is next week I think we're getting awesome news and having awesome other things behind the scenes happen. So, really interesting. GameStop Moas, I like it too. What up, Jeff Jolly? I like it. You know, I heard that, you know, GameStop's been teaming up with AMC as well, which is really cool. Dude, shorts are cooked. Shorts are cooked. FCell still looking really interesting. FCell should be a squeeze play coming up if anybody wants a real cheap one. Love FCell. Yeah, that is the question. That is part of the reason. It's not, again, the only reason, but part of the reason why I keep saying Monday to Wednesday is in the back of my mind it could be either for his countdown, but it could be Monday to Wednesday for a lot of things that are going on next week. Palantir tried pushing up this morning. Came up to 37.47, has pretty much retraced all of it at this point, just about, almost. Kind of in that golden zone right now though, might get a bounce here. We'll see if it breaks down further or bounces. SPY looking worse and worse to me. I don't know. It is still cooling down the RSI, so maybe it will get a push up here soon. But it did try shifting red as well. I don't know. Guess there was more. I mean, like I said earlier, I do think that we're going to get another high today. It just doesn't look very good right now. GME 2222. Yeah, I just hope that they do. If it is some sort of crypto related announcement like that, NFT related, I just hope they do it some sort of new way that's more interesting than anything we've heard up till now. I have zero reason to get excited about that kind of thing. I want to hear some innovation. Yeah. Yeah, the GameStop marketplace stuff coming down for sure. Definitely an interesting sign. So many things are lining up. So many things are lining up for next week. And charge point. Oh, awesome. Awesome. I'm excited for you, Warlord. Next week, we all get paid. GME 2226. Not looking particularly great yet. It is trying to curl up that 1 minute back to green, though. We might get a push up here soon. 1020 came and gone, by the way. I got distracted for it, but it's 1021 now. Didn't get anything at 1021. 1020. Just been showing mostly declining volume throughout the morning. DJT to 16 today. Or 17 rather. DJT is looking promising. Just needs to cool off a bit longer. Candy's another one of those, I believe it's the Chinese EV manufacturer. Apparently it's doing terrible, but it hasn't shown any reaction from the Chinese stimulus. But today's price action's looking like it could turn into something, so this could be a really interesting Chinese play if anybody wanted to try something different. But it does look like there's more reliable ones, like Neo's looking really great. I don't know why this hasn't gotten any. New intraday highs out of Neo. While I'm saying that, Neo looking very good right now. 660 and pushing up. Checking in on our squeeze plays now. Ah, yes, right where we left them. Fantastic. Yee. Nvidia looking pretty bad. I wouldn't want to be holding Nvidia calls right now. I don't know though, the RSI is getting pretty oversold. We'll see if it gets a proper bounce. Got to break out of this downward trend it's into right now. Same with GME, unfortunately. SPY might be going for its push up here. It could be an indication that Nvidia and other things are about to turn around. Palantir, not looking good. I would think that Palantir is about to get a reversal then too. Gosh, what are they rotating into? Apple up, Google slightly up. Mostly Google, actually. Visa is up 2%, ZOM up 2%. Good morning, Andre. PCC at 0.8. More calls coming into the market. Still, PCC is pretty much in the middle in my eyes, so not really leaning too far one way or the other. Maybe a little bit towards the call side, but not a ton. AMC still no update on chart exchange since market open. GME still unchanged. Intel looking sketchy. Trying to curl back green though. Yikes. I don't know, man. I'm so I'm trying to be optimistic for the market. Every time I look at it, I'm trying to be like, you know, it has potential. But I am just not seeing a lot of strength. Let's go look at Apple. Apple should have a lot of strength today. I mean, let's go look at Amazon. Amazon should have a lot of strength today. What? Oh, wait. Okay, no, hold on. I was wrong. What was the other one that was up? I don't remember. Google. That's what it was. It was Google. Let's go look at Google. There's our strength. Google actually does look pretty good right now. I would assume this is eventually going to come down though too. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe there's some that they'll keep high. Google's a pretty safe one, right? Not a good thing because I'm not excited. What do you mean I'm not excited? I feel like you haven't been here long enough to determine my excitement. I'm very excited. SPY actually is looking a fair amount better now. I'm zooming out here a little bit. Now that we got a little bit of a push up going on. Could be ready to break through these highs. We'll see if we actually do. See where this rally actually ends up. GameStop 22.19 coming down, filling the gaps. Once we get these gaps filled, it'll be Gucci. Just gotta do it in the slowest way possible, right? We're not in a hurry to get anywhere. $574.21 on the SPY now. Definitely pushing up a lot more now. Palantir not getting any of that move. A little bit on Apple. Ooh, wait, the charge point push up a little bit ago. Looks like it. New intraday highs of 145 for charge point. That does mean plug continued to make new intraday highs as well, 227. Both of these I do think are going to keep running for a while. Probably speed up eventually. Gosh, is that really all SPY's gonna get for now? SPY looking worse and worse. I'm starting to feel validated on my doom and gloom a little bit. Hey, that's sick, Geeko Gadgets. Nice, man. Hell yeah. Yes, still money to be left to be made in that stock, despite its downward trajectory. Definitely will get some nice little spikes if you can time it right. Really sold at the top. Whoop whoop. XLU continuing to make new intraday highs, though. It's interesting. I wonder if SPY is going to keep recovering. Maybe there's still more to be seen out of SPY today. Yeah, I mean, it shifted up that. If it can keep going here, shifted up that 2 hour, we might get some bullish action coming here. Just has to not break down further. Uh-oh. We'll see. Not really the blow-off top I'd be looking for, you know? SPY continuing to make intraday lows, though, 120.70. Tesla might be making a recovery here. Or just coming up to retest on the top of the bands. We'll see. A bad indication if Tesla gets rejected here. Too chicken to hold it. That's alright, that's alright. Safe than sorry. Did get a little bit of a bounce here at previous resistance. I don't know though. I don't personally see a reason for it to rally another $1.50, but there it is very shorted. So, but at the same time, the shorted feels justified. So I don't know. I don't see a lot of shorts panicking. That being said, there might be other well, I mean, if we're just talking only today, I don't know. Not speaking for future days.
If you wanna be a wonder, baby, come and show it. Tell me what you feel in your heart and your soul. There's nothing I would take for granted. With me, we'll make it.
Meta continuing to break down. Yeah, I think that we would see an overall rally in most of the larger caps that I'm watching. If SPY was really going to make a turnaround, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not too late. It's not too late. I gotta stop using my bias when I look at this chart because it's gonna mess me up. Realistically, yeah, it's still looking very bullish, you know, and it's making higher lows. Probably gonna turn around here. Palantir could be getting a bounce here. Palantir looking like it's ready to make a nice turnaround. Loaded up on AMC and GME calls this morning. Woo! Nice. Same. Very excited about it. GME still 22.22, not really moving. AMC 460. 10:37. Still got plenty of days ahead of us. Or it's plenty of daylight ahead of us. So a lot could still happen today. Max pain for GME was, what was it, $21, I believe? Let's take a look. $21 today, so I'm really expecting it to have us push down, but we did end above max pain by about $1 last week, so be interested to see what it ends up doing today. Does look like it wants to push up here soon. Cost to borrow still unchanged from last time I said it. 50% of the volume today on the dark pools, really only 405,000. We've really done less than 2 million today, really? In the first hour? Yeah, 1 million volume. First hour, that's pretty bad.
fall asleep with the sirens out. There's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself.
Still, ooh, there was an update for AMC, but still basically unchanged. Same cost to borrow, but 50,000 less short shares. They still are at 500,000 now, though. And max pain for AMC today at 450. I don't know why I always refresh that. I'd be interested to see a lot of things happen before the end of the day. We were down to $100.16 on the dollar. Came up to 1033-ish, looking like it's going to keep coming down now if it doesn't keep climbing. Right at that EMA 200. Fuel cell energy, 40 cents, looking like it could push up here. Plug power should be making its third attempt. Well, it did technically make new highs before, but should be going for a better push here soon. Tesla did get a bounce, but it's right around the EMA 200 right now. If it gets rejected here, again, just real bad looking for the rest of the day for the SPY and the rest of the market. We'll see.
When you Hollywood perfect.
DJT 1511 going up for another push. Google's still the big winner of the day, it looks like. 166.97 and climbing. Kind of coming into a really major point here, though. If Google gets rejected, could be real bad for the markets. Needs to keep pushing up. Neo, though, Neo 662 right now, 664 intraday high, still continuing to push up. Just flipped back to green on the 1 minute timeline, could be time for a continuation. And taking a look back into our squeeze plays again. How are we doing? Oh, right where we left it. All right. Yep. Every time. Consistency. Gosh, Palantir really gave up like all of its rally. Not looking too hot right now. GME might be finally going for a breakout to the upside here. Hopefully we don't get rejected at this EMA. Plug power just shifting back green just now, or trying to at least. 5-minute time line trying to shift red. See higher time frames. Our time frames looking good, but getting overbought on the RSI. Might need to come down and give it another retest, but otherwise we should have a big breakout eventually. So Richard does have a new video today. I'm thinking about putting it on. Markets are kind of slow right now. GME is pushing up a little bit right now though, so if we can break out to the upside, then maybe we'll put that off. But otherwise, this is pretty much where we should get rejected if it's going to keep doing what it's been doing. Oof, man, the dollar's coming down kind of fast. I don't really know where the floor is on the dollar. I mean, imagine it Probably not going to come down like a ton more. I mean, like maybe like, I don't know. I don't really know how much rate cuts are going to affect it. But it is messing with the yen carry trade, that's for sure. SPY still holding these levels, but if it breaks down much further, it's gonna start looking real bad. Getting a bounce at prior support or prior resistance, I don't know, however you want to look at it. GME is getting rejected there as predicted. Wah, wah. So, you know, maybe we'll take a little break from the markets here. Maybe we'll go check out, see what Newton's got to say today. Looks like he's planning on talking about the ETFs a bit. A lot of what we usually get with Newton. I'm just kind of interested because I don't really take the ETF stuff into consideration just about ever, so I'm kind of curious to see if any of that lines up with my other theories. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Just take a break here, get some drinks, and hang out and watch that here for 30 minutes. Give the market some time to work out. Palantir looking like it could keep breaking down. Palantir just made intraday lows. Waiting for 11 anyways. Yeah, perfect. Put that on for 30 minutes. We'll kind of hang out here and see if we can learn something. But otherwise, you know, let me know if there's anything you guys want me to look at. But yeah, it's looking pretty dull. SPY could be getting a move here one way or the other. You know, based on the trend, it would look like it's going up. But I'm not seeing a ton of strength, so I'm really looking to see if we're going to get a blow off top today before a big pull down, or if we're just going to pull down. Alright, so, cool. Yeah, we'll look around here a little bit more, just a little bit more. DJT made its cup and handle. Higher time frames looking pretty good, you know, it's not looking bad. It's not looking bad, it's still pretty far down on the daily. We'll see, we'll see. I'm rooting for you, brother. Alright, I keep bouncing around trying to find something interesting in the market. There's just not a lot right now. I think I'd rather have Richard than have boring price action. So, that's what we're going to do.
Friday. Hope you're
Good
having
morning.
an awesome week, and I hope you have an amazing weekend. I made this meme this morning. A lot of what I think is going on with GameStop relates to ETFs. I talk about them all the time, and people might be like, you know, why would that be the case, Richard? I'll talk about that a little bit in today's video. So ETFs will be a topic of interest, but I believe so much of what happens with GameStop connects back to them. Next thing I want to talk about is the week in review, really quick. So data points to look at here. We've been channeling here ever since the conclusion of the share offering, which happened, when did that happen actually? That happened on the 23rd, which was that this week? Feels like last week already. But we immediately blipped up into the low 20s. We're hanging out in the low 20s right now after being in like $19.50 to $20 land last week during the share offering. Share offering was $20 a share, raising $400 million. We'll see that actually represented on the balance sheet when we get a 10Q. It'll be out here in the first week of December. So most important thing is recaps. Happened yesterday at close. So if that's important, any obligations that are ex-clearing in the obligations warehouse that relate to GameStop, this would be dealer-to-dealer trades, and maybe can't be options related anymore, but maybe legacy positions are now 10% more expensive to carry if they've got failed trades in the obligations warehouse that are GameStop. So that's good. Repricing up is good. We had been repricing down ever since June. So if theoretically part of the Dorito idea is they want to reprice down every 2 weeks or so to get a better favorable pricing on their obligations, they just took a 10% hit on that. And those obligations are probably just growing unless they cleared a bunch of them on that big volume spike last week. That could be a thing, but I don't know why they would do it into a Friday. Very odd to have so much volume on a Friday. So today we have max pain at $21. Stock price this morning is at $22.29, moving up in the pre-market. We're doing this heartbeat thing, which we've seen several times.
Would you guys like it more if I used Yahoo Finance for my trading?
I'd say this is usually a really good pattern. We can see higher lows each time it beats down. So is this the thumper pattern? I don't know. Looks really good though. It's like a long form triangle here. Could be longs coming in and shorts trying to fight, taking profit where they can, and their profit skimming ventures get tighter and tighter each time. You can see on this like kind of rough draft Dorito I drew here. Someone at work asked, they were like, what do you mean by Dorito? It's just a triangle or a big bull flag, bull pennant formation. Basically, stock moved up strongly at the beginning of the summer, came down, boom, 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 boom. Shorts and longs battling it out. Hard floor down here like 1950, even through the 3 share offerings. Dip below it just slightly right there. But we are coming in really quick to the end of another triangle. It took, for people that are new, over 3 years to conclude this triangle formation, which had a hard floor at $10. And we saw what happened when it came to the end of it. Huge explosion upward on billions of volume. So what could happen at the end of this bull flag, bull pennant, Dorito triangle formation? We'll see. I don't do technical analysis. I'm just pointing out the obvious that that looks like a gigantic triangle with lower lows and a solid floor. And you can see it with the 200-day moving average. We haven't tested into the 200-day, so it's acting as a really strong support, I guess, but we're not hitting it. And then we are currently above the 50, which is good, but below the 100. So kind of hanging out here below these two, which are inverted right now. You typically see the 50 over the 100 if it was pure bullishness, but we are bullish in the intermediate term, bearish in this like shorter term, and then the very short term, somewhat bullish since the share offering. Looking at this chart here, this is the super long formation, like 10-year chart. I'm going to use this today to talk all about a bunch of questions someone at work had. And then we'll go into some of the other data metrics. You can see max pain rising off the floor. It had hit $20 during the offering, just creeping up. Good to see. That means that basically call interest is pushing upwards, maybe put interest as well. Short volume. This is actually really good. Long volume is over 50% the last couple of days, which is good. And then we can see here the Len pool just hanging out here at just under 1 million shares. Worth pointing out, someone had been repeatedly taking a large number of shares off the shelf, like a lot of shares, every morning and putting them right back on the shelf. They're not doing that anymore. So could those have been fails in the obligations warehouse? And then now with that big volume day on Friday last week, maybe they don't have a lot of fails going through the system anymore. I don't know. Just kind of making up as I go here, trying to figure out what's happening here. New York Stock Exchange volume still decent, high teens yesterday. And then XRT redeeming. So our ETF shenanigans here, we can see we are on a redemption cycle all of a sudden. So we hit a peak on creation, but that's not like a very high peak, to be honest, on both XRT and the other ETFs. And now we're redeeming, but GameStop's holding steady. So that's good, because usually during creation, GameStop goes up. During redemption, GameStop goes down, generally speaking. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to open this box from GameStop. So got another package from GameStop. Here we go. We'll open this. Figured might as well do like an unboxing live on camera. And you guys are never going to guess what's in here. So yesterday I said, what would be better than one box of combined powers, right? Well, why not even more? So this was such a good deal. My daughter counted up all the Pokemon packs. Hang on, grabbing them all out of the box here. So we got 9 more boxes. You guys aren't even gonna believe this, of combined powers. We have a giant Pokemon problem. But my daughter counted up, we've got like 400 packs worth of Pokemon at this point. So that's a year's supply. We're building huge inventory on Pokemon. At a pack a day, it's going to take us quite a while to get through them all. I do also want to mention I had lost 2 days ago playing Pokemon with like our best deck, the Shadow Rider deck, but got vengeance last night. So won with the Shadow Rider deck, really big deal. So what was I talking about here? Data. All right. And then looking at the last thing here, we'll look at Kitty's charts. I've kind of like gotten into the mode of looking at the top chart, the 15-minute intraday chart, kind of banding here in the midline, which is good. That's good to see the stock steadily creeping, I would say a little bit up, stronger and stronger floor, but not rising too strongly into overbought territory. It's a good sign. Could be seeing a lot of accumulation here happening, maybe. And then I tend to go down to the bottom charts really quick with the 5 triggers. We've got MACD in the green zone. That's good. This crossover is eluding us. This is a good one. It's close, very, very close. We've got the crossover here, no crossover here, and probably a crossover here. So we're getting really close to like the penultimate 5x5 trigger setup here that we had back here in very early May. We'll see if that does it, if that launches the stock to the moon. So it's like, I'm excited because like just to run through, I thought it'd be a good thing to like be like, what do I want to see in all this data? Well, I want to see all these triggers happen. MACD in the green, want to see red cross over black here on the exponential moving averages, want to see on balance volume stay over here, want to see this one cross. This will probably be the last one. This is the SPY versus GameStop, I think. And then down here, see the momentum oscillator double cross these guys. So see all those cross. RSI at that point would probably move into the overbought territory on all time frames, but that's okay because it would have a lot of gas under it, I would imagine. And we'd probably be breaking out of our Dorito here and moving strongly probably to a new support level somewhere up here, because that's kind of what's happened here, and we want to see the rising floor here happen. And then we'll see what happens from there. That's what I want to see. And then on these data measures, I want to see the whole Max Payne kind of like outfit or whatever here would have to rise up to that new floor. And that happens on a breakout. We would want to see a lot of long volume come in, huge long volume, like something like 70% or something, as you know, big buyers say, hey, it's time to buy into the stock. And then we would see the lend pool likely deplete. That's what we saw back in beginning of summer, and the fee percent, the cost to borrow, go up quite a bit. So this probably needs to happen first. We need to see depletion of the lend pool, cost to borrow start to blip up, and then we see all those crossovers, and then price runs up, and we'll see if Chicago's exchange has a bunch of volume as options activity goes way up. So that's kind of the signals I'm looking for, and I think we're close. And then we'd see a lot of creation on XRT. This would follow. So we're not there yet, but that's what I'm kind of looking for. We would also probably see utilization rise. It's already rising a bit. And we would see options suddenly get quite a bit more expensive. They're right here. So not historically expensive, but a little bit elevated from a week ago. Last things worth mentioning here. I wanted to go through a couple posts really quick and then draw on the chart. First one is, this is a good post. I'm going to post it in the description, but basically they're talking about the vision of Ryan Cohen to build a big business. He flew out. He looked for capital everywhere. People wouldn't fund his endeavor. Larry Chang was one of the first people to fund him, I think the first. And then they kept reinvesting the cash into the operations. The key to the whole thing I found was, governing their cash flow, being super miserly, I suppose, with their cash was the key. So if anyone's worried that Ryan Cohen's going to do something wrong with the money with which he's raised, you don't know Ryan Cohen. Honestly, he takes all this money super duper seriously, and then he takes his hiring super seriously. He wants to build, and he wants to build a team of people that really, really care about being successful against all the odds. That's his pitch to people. I love this. I love this underdog story. That's what it sounds like to me. And then we've got right here Larry Chang talking about, what does a CFO do all day? I think we've got, is it Daniel Moore? Or Robinson? It's one of the two, Robinson or Moore. Who's our CFO right now? I don't even remember. I should know. And then talking about, what does a CFO do all day? I think everyone basically saw all these things, was like, yeah, boring, bunch of stuff. And, ooh, merger and acquisition, right? But we'll see. I'm not in a big rush. I think, obviously, if GameStop can buy some things on the cheap that are more profitable than treasuries, let's say right now, just spitballing, you can spend $100 million on treasuries and they have a return of $5 million a year, right? That's safe. That's actually really good historically. But if you can spend $100 million on a microcap, right, and it's yielding 10 to 15 million in profit a year, that's 2 or 3 times better than treasuries, right? The problem is finding those microcaps, getting them under the umbrella of GameStop, synergizing with GameStop, or just doing a holding company and having a disparate range of profitable endeavors all under one house. That's all fine. I'm just not in a rush to get there at the moment because everything's very expensive right now. So the market is at an all-time high. GameStop is flush with cash, but we've got a CEO that mines their money very, very carefully. I can't imagine they're going to go out and buy it until things are on sale, honestly. This is a great post by Larry Chang, just because he's saying, interesting conversation time with some longtime friends. Who could those friends be? He's been working with the board of GameStop for a long time. So exploring the transition, talking about transition again, people are like, ooh, cluing on that word, but working in a business to working on a business, right? They ran Chewy from the beginning, and now they're running GameStop, but from the board. Totally different route. Honestly, being chairman of the board is much different than being CEO, I imagine. Ryan Cohen's both now, but he didn't get to do that CEO role for 2.5 years. Now he's CEO. It's probably a lot different. So maybe that's a conversation they're having. And then I just like Dr. T always keeping eye on the prize, which is about fails to deliver and the problems in the system, which I might get into with the graph talk, but talking about how Washington, D.C. and Wall Street is just a revolving door, right? And it's not even just the regulatory people. We see it with members of Congress, their staffers, executive branch agencies, everybody, to the Justice Department, all these people.
Let's go GME.
It's even things in my realm of business, the Department of Education. You're going into private business, you're coming back out, you're going into public sector, and it's just Where are the obligations? They're not in the obligations warehouse. They're on the ledger of the people keeping tabs of who owes who what with favors, right? That's what it's really about. So kind of sad to me. It's election season. I'll mention periodically, I don't care at all about politics. I find I'm much healthier if I'm not clued into it. We don't have a television.
GME making a nice breakout to the upside for now. New intraday highs could be coming up.
That's all very much outside my realm of control, so I'm not going to let it get to me or bother me. It's just wasted energy and emotion, and that's just my take on it. Other people will be like, that's terrible, Richard, you should be involved in politics and blah, 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 blah. Nope. I'm just super happy living in my little bubble I've made for myself, which has GameStop, Pokemon, and coffee. That's my bubble. And but I look at all the signs, and all I see is a bunch of
GameStop with a mini gap up there, even up to 2250. Might get rejected, might just fill this gap, then keep going.
And actually want to fix things, but I mean, largely, it's people trying to make money off other people, and I'm just like,
there's a nice increase in volume though.
Live in my little bubble
from where we were.
What everyone else is doing, and just do stuff like this.
57,000 the last candle, nothing crazy yet.
They bought all the things. Look at this. They got a promo. I didn't even realize. I went into the shop. I always forget to ask if there's a promo. They bought Zelda. Nice. I've never played Zelda. I know that hurts people's feelings. But I have no time for video games right now because I'm in the best video game of all time, GameStop. And then they bought, I don't know how they got these. Honestly, 151s are very rare. Good job on pulling those. Those sold out. This was, I didn't pre-order any of these, and big regrets on that. They got the Cardsmith guys, Combined Powers.
XLU still climbing again here, so
they got some.
I don't know. SPY might be making a recovery here soon. SPY was looking kind of bad.
All the stuff. So great job here. This is what I'm all about.
GME 2258, new intraday highs being made.
I always talk about him. My former boss at work. We're colleagues. He just had a baby. We're competing to see who can spend more money every month on GameStop Pokemon, and whose wife is gonna put their foot down first. So we're close on that. We're getting really close. So here's long form graph, and he was talking about, what do you mean first of all by
GME looking really good right now, 2275 and pushing up.
But he's like, what do you mean by the Dorito? And I was like, all right, we're in this triangle right here, giant bull pennant bull flag. He's like, okay, cool. He's like, what happens when we get to the end of it? And it's like, well, no one knows. But last time we were in this pretty obvious one here. Took 3.5 years. And Roaring Kitty,
2281
really on his chart is super funny. He's like, is it legal? Can I do this?
AMC 464 and pushing up as well.
$10 and just kind of goes like, well, what do you think's gonna happen, right? Thing just explodes out of there. So we'll see.
2292. GME looking really good right now. 300,000 on the active candle.
And the slope on it is much steeper this time. So triangles are exciting. And then he was talking about
2306, 2310, pushing up very fast right now.
5 minutes here talking about shorts, and just to like show people,
AMC 465.
Like, if you ever lose confidence in this,
maybe we'll come back to this. Looking good, AMC looking good. GME 2310 intraday high. I haven't looked yet. I'm about to go start looking. No, we need something else here. All right, let me go pull up X 2287. No new tweet from the cat. No new tweet from Jared, besides the one we already got today. Nothing from Ryan Cohen. Still not finding the right music. Yeah, what the heck? At least I was already in. Oh, good, 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 good. I didn't know you were waiting for that. 2290. Right now on GME. Go back to the 1 minute. What a nice, surprising push-up that was out of nowhere. Could be a big continuation coming here really soon. Let me go look at things here. What did that do to things? I'm gonna keep running around the internet here, see if I can dig up anything else that maybe is going on. That was 1,000,000 volume on this last candle. That's last 30-minute candle. GME looking like it's ready to start pushing up here again at 2290. SPY continuing to come down here, 573.21 below the EMA 200. SPY not looking good. GME coming down here a little bit, still at 2276. We're still nicely elevated, could easily turn this around and continue upwards. Siri as well, starting to make a breakout to the upside. Boeing as well, making a breakout to the upside. Bitcoin making a breakout to the upside. Hollow looking really good as well. Can't stress this enough. Hollow really looking good lately. Could be about that time for Hollow. And most of the squeeze plays, again, I can't stress that enough too.
tell them how I really feel?
Probably was a big order that came in. I'm still gonna keep looking around here, see if I can find somebody talking about it. You know what? I bet you I didn't check the one person I would probably have to check.
Should I ever tell them how I really feel?
Okay, that guy didn't post it either. Okay, that's fine. 2270 GME getting a little bit of a bounce here. Might be time for GME's recovery to the upside. You know, I thought I saw on Reddit that GME or some brokers are increasing GME's margin requirements. That's a really interesting thing. That suggests that there's something big coming.
Swimming in sand, take my hand, I wanna refocus. Bustle my music, my impress.
Big GME order came in. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. Probably just a signal for now. I'd like to know what it was and when it was. Half an hour, half an hour, half an hour. 37 minutes left till noon. GME right now at the medium line on the 1 minute chart. Could be a nice place for us to get this bounce. Although, if it was just a big order and some sort of signal, maybe we won't get more. Maybe we'll just break down from here. I don't know. Be crazy if that kind of thing just continues for the rest of the day. Just big order, big order, big order. Just thumps us upwards. $14 million volume order? Oh, you know, it's probably all in the dark pool. Cost to borrow rising on GME 10 minutes ago, went up to 0.4. Still 350,000 short shares available. AMC though, cost to borrow now 1.17. Still 550,000 short shares available. I don't know, I almost feel like I should put Richard back on because this popped off while we had Richard on. So let's do that real quick because we were almost done with Richard there. Over halfway done. So I'll put this on and we'll see if we pop again.
Like cause or gas under this thing for it to do something like it did just a couple months ago and like it did 4 years ago. Like, did the dilutions harm the capacity for this thing to make explosive moves? I don't think so, and here's why. I think there's still tremendous short energy under the stock. Here's why. So back here at the console cycle in 2013, the PlayStation 4 and Xbox were released. That's where GameStop basically hit its all-time high historically back there because it was cyclical, consumer cyclical. All right, it would have a couple more good years. This was its last great year, probably its best year for profitability here, 2015, but then it started to slide. All right, so sales started to slide at the end of that, and you can see that probably the analysts and
I'm checking it out now. I'm just on my other screen.
So short sellers went in hard. You can see right here, December, January of 2015, 2016. All right, they were doing a dividend this whole time, and it was really when they start posting losses right here in 2017. So companies posting losses, and at the start of 2019, company ends their dividend and has a bunch of money because they sold off the Spring Mobile division here. So they had hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank, but the value of the company was lower than the cash value of the company. And this is when activist investors start telling the company, hey, you guys got to do something here, right? I've mentioned Kurt Wolf, and then later Michael Burry say, hey, buy back stock. All right, so really important down here in this range, we're talking about a share price below $5 a share for an extended,
yeah, awesome. Thank you for posting that.
In fact,
I'm still just kind of like looking at it over and over again, but
at the end of it, when it explodes out of here, the final report that we see is the stock is 226% short.
there was a
That means
perfect
for every share that should have
10-10.
existed in GameStop at the time,
I don't know if that's
short
significant or
sellers have
not.
sold
It's
each
really
of those
hard to
shares
do.
more than twice, right? And that's just reported short interest, because my colleague was asking me, how do you short a stock? He was thinking only institutions can do it. I was like, no, I could just show you right now. I could log into Fidelity literally right now and sell something I don't own. You just click short it, right? And you sell down, and he's like, okay, why would you do that though? And it's like, well, if you think the stock is high now, you short it, stock starts going down maybe after a lot of short pressure, then you buy the stock back and you make the difference on the downside. He's like, oh, that's good, right? I'm like, yeah, except for the fact that if it starts running, and he's like, oh yeah, if you short it here and then it starts running up to here, you just lost, and your losses can be infinite. And we're like, okay. He's like, I get it now.
I'll be right back though.
And he's like, so when do you have to buy the share back? And it's like, well, you don't if you can carry the cost, right? Right now, the cost to borrow, the rent, is really low on GameStop for some reason. But it wasn't always really low. At some points back here, the rent to borrow GameStop was very high, 100 or so %. And so many shares have been sold short that Michael Burry mentioned it took weeks, right back in here of 2020, he recalled his shares saying, I don't want you guys to lend my shares anymore. I don't want the rent fee. Give me my shares back. They couldn't find those shares for weeks, right? So the theory here is what bad actors could do is they could purposefully destroy companies. If they see a company in decline, like right back here, they could bleed it out with dividends. They could load the board and executive positions with bad actors that buy bad stuff. GameStop bought a bunch of things. Julian Robertson said, stop doing these destructive acquisitions, right? Sell everything off. Well, it was only with Sherman coming in, and I think the CEO and chairman right before him, did they actually do that? They sold everything off. Sherman actually listened. Before that, the leadership of the company was not listening to the investors, they finally listened. So really, it was right here. This is why Sherman is like, I kind of say he's pretty much a hero. This is Sherman's tenure from here on. And so he actually listened to Julian Robertson and then would listen to Michael Burry and others and bought back shares of the company. But look at this, 33% of the shares were bought back right here. And look at the tiny improvement it makes on price. Absolutely minuscule. Why? Because they just kept shorting right into that buyback. This is suicide with the shorts engaged in right here. They built up such a giant pile of shorts, and that was at the all-time lows. This is below $1 a share going into coronavirus in particular right here. So I've got some data here. During these extended short attacks on the stock back here from 2017 to 2020, the minimum share price was below $1, 64 cents a share. Imagine somebody shorted it at 64 cents a share and they could still be holding that short, and it's at $22 now. They are down tremendously, and they probably shorted it thousands, millions, tens of millions of shares anywhere down here below $6 at an average price in this rectangle of $3 a share. That's crazy. They could be so short on this thing, and how could they be short, right? So they could just do a classic regular short, and we know that 226% of the company was shorted that way. They could have been on puts. They could just still be rolling those puts, paying premiums every time they come due. They could be borrowing from ETFs. ETFs and mutual funds have 60 million shares, and we know that they've been heavily borrowed from. They could be just shorting ETFs, right? And holding those shorts open all this time, like XRT and others, trying to keep GameStop down, keep negative exposure to GameStop. They could do puts on ETFs. So if they don't want to show exposure to the downside on GameStop on reporting shorts or puts, just do a derivative, do an ETF. Or they could do giant swaps with counterparties to get downside exposure to GameStop. And think about this. I've got right here the current share price, 22.22. Look at the little purple lines I've got back here in the background. Right here, right here, right here. The stock was never higher, ever, historically, than $22. So anyone that's ever shorted GameStop, from literally the beginning of the company until the sneeze, is underwater. So any legacy short, no matter what, is underwater to a significant degree, very, very significant. And then only in a couple of time periods here, basically 2021 right in here, and a bit of 2022 in here, was the stock price above $22. And the shorts back here are going to be pretty small compared to all these shorts here for these many, many, many years, right? So just something
I should reach out to talk to Richard.
Of shorts
I like him. He's a nice guy.
Could be gigantic if bad actors saw a dying company, loaded the board and executive suite up with bad actors, tried to bleed the company of all its money through destructive acquisitions and dividends, right? All of a sudden shake up in leadership. And then in a desperate Hail Mary, the shorter said, well, let's short into the share buyback. Let's short this thing into the seller. So try to seller box this thing, flood shorts into
GME
it.
trying to push up here again, 2278.
And then after Corona, try
not as much volume as before.
To seller box GameStop, that could be a ridiculously huge position. And is there any evidence of a ridiculous
have a roast battle?
I would say it's the long ownership on GameStop. Longs own an incredible amount of the stock. We can
I'm for it if he accepts the challenge.
0.8 million shares have been directly registered by household. That has never happened before. And if you think about it, that's just a small handful of people that know what DRS is, know how to directly register their shares, and then have actually been able to do it, because some people can't even do it. So if you think about, if every one share that's DRS'd represent or has an equivalent, like maybe like, I don't know, we'll just ballpark it here, 7 shares that aren't DRS by household, then we own, you just do a quick multiplication here, 500 million shares. That's more than the outstanding, right? So how can household possibly own so many shares? That's always my question. And this is just, who knows? But I don't know anyone in my regular life that has any shares DRS right now. No one. So this is huge number of shares, right? So most people are just holding them in brokers. So, and then I'm not even including ETF shares, institution shares, mutual fund shares, insider shares, and so forth. So the stock is completely overbought. You know, even though RSI periodically moves into oversold.
He's not afraid. I will accept the
It's
challenge.
been overbought for a very, very long time. Well, how can it be so overbought? People had to short it, and they're not reporting it right now. That's the key.
He does strike me as a very
They're
polite
using
person.
derivatives, all these other ways to pile in short interest to try to rescue and push the ball underwater so they're no longer negative on their position. But there's no way they're not negative. There's just too many years here for them to have accumulated egregious, gigantic short positions, and we see them pop up randomly.
You know what, too? Not only
Through fails
would I
to
challenge him
deliver
there, I bet you I could beat him in
and other events
Pokemon.
here. And it just explains everything, that this is a giant ball that they keep trying to push underwater, and it keeps springing back up as their instruments, their derivatives, expire and their short interest shows up again, right? So that's what's going on here, the long and short of it. And I feel like we're coming to the end of another one of these volatility cycles, and we're getting to the end of the Dorito, and people are getting frustrated, and there's a lot of like voices in the community expressing a lot of different sentiments, and it's like, just remember what's happened here. This is a very complicated story, but also a very simple story, is that there are people on the wrong side of this trade. They are extremely wealthy, they have a lot of tools at their disposal, but they're trapped. And
He
you
wouldn't
don't
have the Pokemon to match with us.
personally carry a cost.
We've
to
seen
hold
the
my
size of his
position.
collection.
Puts me in a very comfortable state to watch this play out. And we have leadership of the company that I'm not doubting, right? And we know that these people are shady because of all what Dr. T always talks about. So I don't trust them at all. But I trust Larry Chang immensely. This guy's legit, and he's working closely with our CEO and chairman here, who takes no salary, right? And all those other factors, has been successful in the past and wants to build a successful company and team that has a moat and stands out and has customers that are fanatically loyal through a loyalty program, this is all happening. So it's just like the story of a lifetime, and my chart looks like a complete disaster, but hopefully that helps people understand. And to add a lot of hopium here and hypium is like this thing hits a top every console cycle, and there's one coming not even that much further away, you know, T plus 400 or so for a console cycle. So these shorts know all this. They know all of this. What do? They play on people's emotion, play on people's impatience, play on divide and conquer, frustrate people with volatility, do all kinds of different things.
The ultimate disrespect, beating somebody with a starter deck.
Through the media.
Rough.
And they slander the company and the leadership and us as individual investors that are highly informed. You know, probably the most informed group of household investors that's ever existed on the planet, right? And they're going to mock us relentlessly. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's all noise. Just ignore it. So have a good one, you guys. We'll see what happens with GameStop today. Hopefully that was helpful for putting things into perspective. And I'll see you in the next one. Have a great day.
Well, watching some Richard did help make GME get a little better. GME got reminded of why it should be so bullish. So we are kind of pushing up here, 2267. We did come up and get rejected, but we are now again making higher lows. So hopefully we're just going to stair step our way upwards. Maybe even that first one was what, like 10:10 or started around 10. Maybe we'll get something in an hour or so. I think it came through over here around 11:10 or so, yeah. We'll see, we'll see. Looks like it probably started a little bit before then. All right, let me go. Oh, wait, sorry. This was you guys are looking at Steam. My bad. Turn that off. Let's try this one again. Let's go to the next one. All right. So what's been going on in the market during all that? Hey, Assidious. What's up, Assidious? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Good afternoon, good morning. SPY flipping green on the MACD right now, but not showing a lot of strength. Could be breaking down. Kind of at a really important point here. It's got to decide whether or not it's gonna hold these levels or not. AMC basically lost all of that rally. We did make new intraday highs at 466, but now we are at 461. Could be pushing up here again. They probably just dumped some shares. I'll go check and see. Last time it looked like there wasn't much of an update to be had. GME magically found 50,000 more shares. Fantastic. Actually, that was AMC. GME, on the other hand, no change. PCC right now at 0.82. Higher amount of puts in the market than earlier, but has been calls coming in the short term. Nvidia now down 3% on the day. So with Eli Lilly 3.5%. Amazon down 1.46%. That's significant numbers for something like Eli Lilly. They had great earnings, I'm pretty certain. Could be a sign of some bad things to come. Eli Lilly was at 909 yet, or 900. Yeah, 909 yesterday. And kind of coming down fast. What's it say news-wise? Oh, I don't feel like... What did Richard say? Richard was just kind of going over some past facts. He didn't really have a lot new to add to the table. He was just giving people some reassurance and hopium this one. Did not feel as genuine as thought from a nostalgia perspective. Interesting. I actually haven't checked that out yet. I'll have to do that here soon. Maybe I'll even put it up on stream here soon. I don't really know if I'll run into like copyright issues or something if I do that. But anyways, by the way, that was Richard Newton that we had on a little bit ago. If people hasn't seen him before, that is the name of his YouTube channel. I did reach out to him a long time ago and asked for permission to put him on this channel. He graciously said there'd be no problem at all. So it'd be great if you guys ever wanted to go check him out. He's really, really smart and very informative when it comes to GME things. He's been doing this for way longer than I have. So definitely look up his channel, drop him a sub, drop him a like, maybe leave him a comment, thank him for his hard work. Eli Lilly could be getting a bounce here, might be starting to push back up here. Could be a sign that SPY is finally ready for a reversal back to the upside. We'll see how long it lasts, though. You know, Children's Place is looking really good. I just want to be on the record for saying that. Maybe when you guys want to check this out and jump in and do it yourself, make your, do your own due diligence and all that. I'm just making a quick 30-second assessment of things going on here. But I think that Children's Place is about to pop. Looking really good. Probably one of the better about pops. In fact, actually, speaking of that though, let's go back and check on Plug. Plug is still really slow, still pushing up here though. 228 now, might speed up here soon. What's the other one? Charge point. Charge point right now 142. Lagging behind Plug, but if Plug rips, this should rip. Oh yeah, my Miklos Schmidt. I don't know how I didn't see that auto-modded message till now. But yo, your cheeks wouldn't be able to handle us in Pokemon. His videos are way too long. Yeah, I mean, they were like an hour long last week or 2 weeks ago. I felt bad putting them on sometimes. 30 minutes I can handle now by comparison. And honestly, like, it really is a pretty nice break for me, just kind of getting to hang out and rest my voice and you know, I get up and I stretch and I do a little bit of exercise. So it's just really good for me to take that moment. Unity here. Unity's been interesting. Unity, by the way, looking like it's ready to rip to the upside. But a lot of speculation with people thinking that Unity and GameStop are gonna get together, kind of thing, merger, acquisition, something along those lines. I'm still unsure how I feel about it, but the price action suggests that there's something going on. And I heard that there is a lot of calls flooding into Unity lately. What happens at 11 o'clock? That is when lunchtime happens and GME goes to the moon and all the stocks go to the moon. All the stocks we want to go to the moon and all the stocks we don't want to don't go to the moon. Shit, Sidious, don't tell anybody. People are gonna come mess up my live stream. In the middle of my squats. BlackBerry still continuing to get that recovery back to the upside. BlackBerry, I think, just had earnings. It kind of looks like maybe the earnings were good then bad or something. I don't know, or good and then they just got sold off this morning. Regardless, I think BlackBerry will squeeze up when GME squeezes. Frozen Vortex, don't confirm nothing. Don't confirm nothing. You can't trust anything he says. Yo, what's up, Frozen Vortex? Frozen Vortex, you're at such an awesome, amazing time right now for GME. If you're ever interested in stocks, GME's next week. It's probably not going to be today. I mean, it could be today, but it's probably not going to be today. But next week, ooh, baby. GME is setting up. It is gonna be real nice. So hopefully you'll at least pop back in next week here too. I think it could happen anywhere between Monday and Thursday. I keep kind of extending the timeline, but there's so much going on next week, and I can't be sure that things will immediately happen on day one. So, you know, because some things have that lag, grace period kind of thing. So, but I mean, I suppose I shouldn't eliminate Friday out of the mix, but I'm really expecting it Monday to Thursday though. So we have a market manipulator in our midst. Warlord Mohican. GME right now 2275, looking like it's getting ready for a push back up. It really could break either way. I mean, and it's not guaranteed to be up, but it's looking good. Effing Fridays. It would be crazy to end up so much higher than Max Payne. And it's, you know, with this candle here, a continuation right now from these levels is pretty likely. At least a retest. I think it's really going to come down to whether or not we get another big order on whether or not we break through that again. 229 for plug power though. Ooh wee. Neo ended up coming down a bit more. Still just kind of taking a breather here though. I think Neo is still going to keep going. Palantir bands getting very narrow. Kinda looking like it's gonna break to the downside. We'll see though, it could break up, could. Ooh, the SPY though, the SPY's in bad shape. Somebody predicted this earlier today. I don't remember who said it, but they said that the SPY is probably going down quite a bit. 572.56. We still haven't dropped below where we were for most of pre-market though, so we could still get a bounce down here and everything will be fine, but I'm not thinking that it's going to turn out good. I think we're going to come down and test these lows and then break through them. Mohican, I don't know if you ended up getting any puts on the SPY. I got a few earlier. And if that thing starts gapping down, ooh. I like it, I like it. Yeah, I went for some cheap ones too myself. I went for 538, so a lot lower, but 10.3. So I have a couple days. Because I really am expecting something big next week. And I think it's just starting today. Most on DJT 16s today. I'm rooting for you, brother. Doesn't look that bad. 2 hours still turned up. Still holding these upper levels. It's looking promising. Kind of looks similar to GME right now, doesn't it? I mean, DJT just started earlier. Has that been the trick all along? GME and DJT have been swaps? Just about, I mean, almost. Almost. Yeah, it really does feel like DJT might have a little more upside in it, so we'll see. See how much it has. Palantir here is getting a bounce, but I think Palantir is going to keep coming down. Looking at the SPY here, you know, the SPY is just going to bring down Palantir and everything else, even if Palantir is doing good right now. Can't stress enough though, we are still at levels that we could get a bounce, you know? Feels like a bounce is kind of almost due here. Getting close to oversold here. Hollow getting a little bit of a push up here. Could be almost time for Hollow to push for intraday highs. FCell just on the slowest squeeze upwards. As long as it keeps that channel upwards, it's going to keep looking great. At some point, they're gonna pop. Just like plug power. Jimmy's MACD been red for 30 minutes. I know, what are you doing, Jimmy? It's waiting for noon. That's what it's waiting for, Mohican. Shouldn't have to tell you that. You of all people should be like, yeah, this MACD's gonna be red for 2 more minutes. Surprised you forgot. Realistically, though, I would be almost interested to see, like, see if it's red until like 12:09 or 12:10 to be like 1 hour later after the last pop. I don't know, that's just the kind of signaling that Run Kitty does. So we'll see. FCell coming down, testing the EMA 200, getting a bounce from there. Everything's all groovy. Zooming out on the SPY, everything looks fine for now. GME breaking down a little bit here, 2267, 1 minute until noon. I think that maybe there's a hedgie among us who saw Warlord's strategy. Probably just pushing it back though. You know, they can only delay the inevitable. They can't stop it. So I'm calling, you know, maybe like within the next 10 minutes, they're gonna run out of power to stop it, and Warlord's prophecy is gonna still come true. We'll give it some time. We'll check back. SPY making intraday lows. DJT trying to push back up to the top of this channel. Maybe DJT getting ready for a breakout. That noon breakout. Everything's just kind of holding still right now. Why is my auto mod auto-modding weird things? Like, that's a weird thing to have to auto mod. Like, leave me alone, auto mod. That message is perfectly fine. Nothing to be asking me about. Yo, Andre. SPY getting a bounce for now. Only came up and touched the EMA 8 line, which is a bad place to get rejected at. MACD going further red for GME. I'm still calling for reversal, though. We still got a couple more minutes for the prophecy to play out. DJT kind of at an important point here. Need to break upwards or it's going to keep coming down. Based around this lunge push. Seems to be working out for the most part, so for this so far, but this doesn't count. GME is the exception. GME does what it wants. DJT 1505 could be time.
Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one.
1205 right now.
Like to. You made this mess and left me with the
Interested to see if we get another bit of volume coming really soon.
I wanna burn
Roger that, Mick Los. Enjoy your lunch. Talk to you soon. We'll come back. We'll keep an eye on things for you. When you come back, some awesome things will have happened. Like DJT continuing to push up here, 1507.
I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it.
AMC right now 459, right on top of the EMA 200. I would think that we're going to get a bounce here. GME a little above the EMA 200 here, might come down and touch it, but should get a bounce here soon. Getting very oversold on the 1 minute RSI. 5 minute trying to curl back to red, but we're 3 minutes away from 1209, which would be 1 hour after it started last time.
I just need to clear my head.
1508 on DJT. It's trying to push up here, but really gonna need to see more volume and a breakout. Otherwise, it's not looking good. But it's still, you know, it's still trending upwards. It could definitely happen. Yeah, I haven't checked in a little bit. AMC last update 11:30. 600,000 short shares available now, up from 550. GME 0.4 cost to borrow. No update since the last time I said any of this, so I'm just not. 52% of the volume on the dark pools now. It's not showing that big order yet. %58 of the volume is on the dark pool for AMC. 6% higher than the 30-day average. Definitely something going on. PCC 0.857, more puts slowly coming into the market. A lot more red showing up on the stock heat map. It's more of a rotation though. I mean, Google's down from the up of 3% that it had. Nvidia's now down 3%. Tesla's up a little bit now though, up 2% on the day. Overall though, the SPY is dropping. Netflix down 1%. Oof, these are big numbers for small caps to move. Could be an ominous sign.
Just like a spark that's breaking out, Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt.
SPY at 572.09 intraday low. Dollar's been recovering a bit here though, probably from all the selling. Gosh, they're really gonna make retail hold the bags, I think. Not financial advice, but I think the SPY's coming down hard here next week. But I do think GME's ripping to the moon next week. You know, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what other people are saying last night, and not a lot of people saying what I'm saying. There's a couple people, but not a lot of people are sharing. In fact, you know, a lot of people have been calling for a pretty bullish trend. I mean, realistically, you know, the SPY has always been on an uptrend, and I think that uptrend's going to continue, but I do think a flash crash is coming. Oh, dude, that sucks, Warlord Mohican. That sucks so much, man. I'm sorry. Probably just got a call, huh? That sucks a lot. At least tomorrow's Saturday, though. You know, this weekend's gonna go really slow, in my opinion. So I feel like working is almost better. Speed it up a little bit before you distract you. Maybe you can go to the weekend, go to work this weekend and just kind of appreciate it because you're gonna make a bunch of money elsewhere here soon through GME and all that, and it's not a big deal to have that other job right now. It's about to be better for you and all of us. GME came down and got a bounce at the EMA 200. An hour passed, came and gone since that last big volume. So who knows? I still feel like we probably will get something later on today. The MACD is trying to curl up. It's a lot closer now than it was a couple minutes ago. So maybe we can go green here soon. We are getting very oversold at this point, so it's about time. I think we're gonna get a bounce here. Yeah, that's perfect. See, it's gonna go nice and fast for you. That is indeed a lot of traffic. No power hour push. I don't know though. Maybe. I'm not gonna roll out a power hour push personally. If this SPY keeps dropping, it's gonna be a really bullish sign for next week. DJT needs to get a bounce around here. Still looking okay as long as a bounce is right here. SPY is getting oversold, so we're getting a bounce now. I think it's just gonna be maybe up to the medium line here, and then we're gonna get rejected. It's not looking good. Could be a reversal at any minute. I could just be wrong, but it's not looking good. GME so close to curling up green on the 1 minute MACD right now. Could be about that time for us to finally get our push up here again. We came down to about the golden pocket here. Oh yeah, we got a lot more bleeding to come if I'm right about next week. It's gonna bleed hard soon. Like the kind of bleeding that I've been looking to happen since I started investing again, because 3 years ago it was crazy watching it happen. Now I'm prepared. Now I'm just like, man, I want to see it again. Years ago, it was just like the stuff that you heard about when it comes to the stock market, but I've never seen one until then. And when a crash is happening, oh my gosh. You know, obviously August 5th was kind of like that, but not quite. Realistically though, when you zoom out on the SPY, it still looks great. Everything looks fine. We're getting a bounce right where we should have gotten a bounce at. Why no Lambo? Oh my gosh, is that what you ordered? We thought you ordered the Cougar. Oh my god. See guys, I told you that didn't sound right when you guys said Cougar. It's still just as good though, right? TLT still rising quite a bit. Ready to trade in my Tesla for a Lambo. It's about time. Maybe I'll join Warlord Mohican there with the rockets in the chat. Could be all we need to get this going. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never. 2257 on GME right now, crossing above the medium line on the 1 minute chart. MACD finally going green after the whole last hour and then some of being red. It's time for our push up. Two-hour is turning green as of now. If you were looking to take a smart trade, you would have waited until this 2-hour candle is turned green. Now might be your time to get into GME. Not financial advice. Two-hour candle really still not confirmed. Really, I mean, if you wanted to play super safe, you'd wait to make sure this 2-hour candle gets confirmed as green. In fact, it just turned down as I was. Oh, now we're back on SPY. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, so we're still green. You would want to make sure that that continues to the upside. But still, this thing's looking loaded. This is the one we've been waiting for, family. The charts, on top of everything else that's going on, the charts say it too. I do think we're actually going to get a bullish power hour as long as this keeps curling up. It's looking like we should at least make a push up and try testing these highs, I would think. If this continues, if they start dumping on us, that's going to change pretty quickly. But right now, looking really good, 2262. Especially if the SPY keeps selling off, it's just confirmations all over the place. Everywhere I'm looking is confirmations for next week. I'll be sad if we get rejected here, though. I really don't want that 2 hour to curl back down. If we can confirm that 2 hour candle, we're good. Otherwise, I mean, it's still coming. It just might be a little bit longer. Trying to curl up the 5 minute. The rest of the time frame's still green. Except for the 4 hour. But we're starting to curl up that 4 hour. We get this 5 all the way curled up, it's blast off. Max Payne's 21. We didn't pop, so you think we're about to be pushed down? It would be really surprised to see a rally into the close with Max Payne, but boy, oh boy, I don't know. The market is setting up for something crazy. I thought about taking a VIX play this morning, but didn't. Looks like I basically made the right call for now. I mean, I do think VIX is going to explode, but I think I made the right call with what I did. GME looking like it could flip back red. Gotta get our bounce here if we're gonna get one. RSI getting mostly oversold, and we're at the EMA 200. I would say a bounce feels likely. Has been relatively quiet other than this steady sell-off. It's such a slow sell-off right now. And realistically, I mean, again, when you zoom out, we're like still perfectly in reasonable ranges. It's like I haven't in any way, shape, or form been proven right yet. AMC certainly were looking worse than GME in terms of recovery potential. But if GME runs, AMC should run with it. 459 right now in AMC. AMC still holding what it gained. Holding positive at least. Up 1%, up 5 cents. It is kind of shifting back to green on the 1 minute time frame, but nice. I think those are going to work out great for you next week for sure. GME did get a bounce off the EMA 200 here, pushing up 2257. Might get rejected here. This is really going to be an important point. I feel like I'm gonna skip this one. Yo, good morning, DA. What up, man? DA, it's really setting up, man. It's really setting up. It's looking beautiful. I know I said Monday. I wanna correct myself to everybody who I said Monday to. I'm gonna say Monday through Thursday, because there's really just so much going on next week. I can't guarantee that it will pop off the moment Monday hits. Like I gotta say a couple days in case there's a delay, as there often is. But I'm still very bullish. It's definitely next week. Definitely next week. I just don't want anybody to hit Monday and be sad and disappointed. It's definitely next week. We just gotta figure out which day it is. I'm leaning towards Monday still, but I'm just covering my bases here a little bit. 11:30 pop. Maybe 12:30. Anything gonna happen? SPY continuing to look very bearish. Really would need a much bigger rally to the upside to change my mind on that. Nvidia looking like it's trying to push up here a little bit. Hasn't touched the EMA 200 line in a while. Might be coming up to get rejected off that. Maybe not at all though. SPY's coming down now though, so maybe it's just gonna get rejected here and just keep not touching it for a while. DJT looks like it could be setting up for a movement to the upside here. See if it can break through these levels. Nvidia does look like it's going to come up and touch this EMA 200 line. If it breaks through here, it could be a sign of an overall recovery of the broader market. But if it gets rejected here, it's just going to be a further confirmation that the entire market's coming down for me. Cost to borrow rising on GME up to 0.42. Looking at the heat map here, we could see Google did get a bit of a recovery again, now at 1%. Still didn't recover everything it lost, everything it had earlier. Still not looking too great, especially when you think about the overall market. SPY continuing to drop. It's really looking like we're coming down. Again, I'm just Mr. Doom and Gloom this week. I can't wait for GME to play out so I can change my mind on things. But realistically, you know, zooming out on the SPY, you can't deny the chart is not anything to worry about yet. Still bouncing off this level here. It's still looking fine. If we start breaking down more though, then it definitely needs to be need to worry about it. And you're looking at the 1 hour candles though, the 1 hour candles, if that continues, will bring us below this, so. Still waiting to finish curling up this 5 minute on GME. When this finishes curling up, it will be go time. And we should make a new test of our highs, intraday highs. That being said, you know, we're still at levels that we could get pushed down from here. I would think, though, that if we got some a big high volume candle like this, we're still going to get something coming before the end of the day. I don't think that'll be the only high volume candle for the whole day. DJT starting to take off here. Just a little bit, not quite there yet. Needs to break through these levels, but it broke through the previous levels it was stuck at. 15.14 right now. If it can break above 15.36, it might start running nicely. GME and DJT were running earlier. Is GME gonna start? GME's trying.
Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
DJT close to curling up. It's 5 minute. If it can break through here, it could have a good run. GME 2263 could be getting ready for its push-up. AMC as well, starting to push up ever so slightly, 460 on AMC. Five-minute could curl up on any one of these candles. It's getting that close. We are getting that close to our next push to the upside. Yeah, DJT is looking alright as long as it can hold here. Keep pushing up. Neo fit 657. Neo could be getting ready for another push up here soon. SPY starting to shift red. Not looking good at all for SPY. And SPY really is not far from breaking below this yellow EMA 50 on the 1 hour chart, and when that happens, it'll look a lot worse. It's just got the last 2 GME call options I can possibly afford. Let's go GME. Bands on GME starting to narrow. Gonna have to choose a direction here soon. We are red right now on the 1 minute MACD, but really close, can turn it right back up here soon. 5 minutes still trying to curl up, not quite there yet. If we got rejected here, it could be a sign that we are gonna be bearish for a while. But still, next week will be good regardless what ends up happening here. Yo, what's up, DB Cooper? Realistically, like I'm trying not to go into all the details, but there's just a lot of signs pointing to next week. You know, I could really rattle off, but I'm just trying not to. I'm just trying to bite my tongue. About it all. I do think it's next week, but and then there's a ton of signs pointing to it, but one of the easiest to point out is like the chart right now is just is even suggesting on top of everything else, a lot of it's tinfoil, a lot of it, you know, some of it isn't even quite tinfoily, but it's all pointing simultaneously to the same place next week. So really excited to see what's to come. But we're getting really close to a breakout just looking at the chart. We're going to be right against that line here soon with the daily curling up to positive territory. Everything else curling up at the same time. Just everything all together lining up. I've actually never felt so sure about it. You know, like even when Roaring Kitty came back in May, I feel like I'm more confident now than I was then about more GME rallies in the short term. SPY looks like it could keep dropping off here very soon. Working its way down. 5 minutes trying to curl up green though. It's kind of in negative territory right now though. It's not looking great. Oh yeah, no, that's actually part of it too. It's pointing to me like an announcement's coming next week. On top of everything else that I think is going on. That's the thing, it's just like, it's not like it's like one thing. It's not like I'm like, oh, there looks like there's an announcement. That's the only thing. It's like everything. Everything's pointing to next week. It's like a lot of people knew that or figured out that this was like when it was all going to be coming together, and so they're like planning their announcements to go with the pop. I think it's gonna be crazy. I think it's gonna be crazy. You don't know? Why don't you know? Google shifting red on the 1 minute time frame, dropping slightly below the medium line here. With the bands getting narrow, could be time maybe for some bigger movement, and it's looking like it's going to be to the downside for Google. I mean, but see, that's the thing though. Like if you look at GME from an algorithm controlling it and it following patterns, then he would have had it pretty rested in his mind that it wasn't going to rally then anyways. Something was going to keep it down regardless. And I don't know for sure, but I feel like they... never mind, I could just be wrong about the next thing I was going to say. But in my opinion, looking at everything that's going on and patterns in the past, it could have been predicted that this next week is when all things would go downhill. And then GME would come back to life. So him, you know, in September, and he has the option to make an offering or not, especially like the smallest offering ever, only 20 million shares. It was like the smallest dilution possible, just about. You know, I think that we weren't going to get it then, and he knows that something's coming now. So he's just putting it all off, saving his announcement, and just making money off them pushing it down anyways. Which is overall what we would want. You know, we did give him permission to issue 1 billion shares. He's barely even done half that, so... not even quite done half that. So... yeah, like I don't mind it at all. I think it's great, especially when you consider that, you know, acquisitions are expensive. You know, like let's pretend for a second that they were going to buy Unity. Unity's gotta be multi-billion. You know, you probably gonna be pushing $5 billion for Unity at least, even with their bad reputation. Yo, 4-leaf clover, I appreciate you, man. Enjoy your exercise. Do a couple extra pumps for me, because I am not gonna make it to the gym today. Pop off 10 to 20 bucks, just no dilution will set in shortly. I mean, it is disappointing. But I do think that Ryan Cohen and Roaring Kitty a long time ago identified the pattern. And they've just been waiting for it. And so if you were in his position and you needed to turn around the company and you needed large amounts of money to improve investor perception and possibly do acquisitions, if you were in his position, you would want to do as many share offerings as possible too. Personally, I'm disappointed that they did the share offering and then put it through already. I wanted them to hold it for this squeeze and then make way more money. That's what I'm disappointed about. But like, I was disappointed that we didn't end up going crazy after earnings, but I don't know. Seemed like it wasn't time, because before the earnings got announced, it was already dropping hard. They were already keeping it down hard at that point. Just remember, though, Assidious, at least in my opinion, that, you know, the bone that you think you need might not be the bone that you need right now. Like, you know, being in his position, he's got a much bigger eye on the financials than we do. Sometimes throwing you that bone, you might not want to eat it, but it might be the bone that you need right now, which is kind of how I see it. You know, at least the last two. This last one, honestly, it strikes me as maybe possibly some signaling. Not gonna lie, because there's all of the 20 remarks when it comes to Roaring Kitty, and there's some other like signs that Ron Kitty put out that related to 20, and then this was Ryan Cohen possibly with a response of 20. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if he would have done like 75 million, which would have been perfectly in his right to do, I would be, I think, a little bit more leaning your way. But for 20 million, I'm like, okay, sure. Like, I get your frustration, but just know that, you know, if you were in his shoes and you were predicting that the algorithm was definitely going to pop off at, you know, this coming next week, then you probably would have wanted to do it too. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm not happy about the disconnect though. I still am complaining internally about how there wasn't a call this time, but you know, maybe it was for the best also. You know, maybe they don't want to accidentally say the wrong thing when they're so close. Now, if we don't get news next week, I'm gonna be right there with you. I'm gonna be flipping out because it's time. It's the right time to release the news. It's time. But regardless, I think GME is going to pop next week regardless. News or not. But next week is when, if I was in his position, as smart as he is, next week is when I would have released my news. I feel you there though, you know, like I'm pretty stretched out myself, but I believe in it so much that I'm way over leveraged. It's coming, trust me. Trust me, bro. Sorry, I missed a little bit there. Let's see here though. Hope Cohen is working. I hope Cohen is working on making a quality platform similar to Steam. I think that has to be his next step. I don't think competing with Steam is quite the play unless there was like a monopoly lawsuit against Steam coming around. Unity sounds really interesting to me. I don't love the idea, but it's not the worst idea. And then I do think that there could be something coming next week related to crypto, but also possibly related to crypto and games, like meshed together. So yeah, I think we're getting something next week. Possibly a merger, possibly an acquisition. I'm leaning towards a merger, but it could be both. That's the thing. There's so much going on. Like they're having partnerships with AMC. They're having partnerships with COS right now. They were doing some Disney stuff. There's so much going on that they could announce. DJT 1517. DJT looking a little better than barcoding here. I think it's just about to push up. Still, you have to break out above this, but at least we're setting, or we're matching the previous highs. SPY could be getting a bounce here. 572.34. Hasn't touched that EMA 200 line in a while at 572.73. I'm expecting it to come up, touch that, and get rejected. A trading card business? I don't love it. Digital game business, I also don't think that's going to happen because their PR has been doing a big push about how important physical games are doing. But I'm honestly behind them on that. Like, I get where you're coming from when it comes to the digital idea because it's so convenient and nice, but at the end of the day, we're losing value as investors in the company and like buying their products by having digital products. Like, you know, I went through my Steam library the other day on stream and, you know, just talked about it, how I have like 500 plus games in my Steam library, but that's literally worth zero unless I sell the account, in which case I have to sell everything at once. Whereas, you know, if this was 10 years ago, that would be 500 video games on my shelf that I could individually sell off with ease. So, as much as I probably will continue to buy digital products, if I'm able to support GameStop and start buying physical copies and make that transition, then I'll do that. Neo is squeezing $10 next week. Let's take a look. I did see Neo earlier. It was looking really good. Neo continuing to make intraday highs. Getting overbought on the RSI again, though. I think that it might be a slow stair step up for now. Oof, GME fell off a little bit there. I say we're still holding in this golden pocket. I'd say there's still nothing to worry about. But if we break down much more, it probably is going to be a bearish rest of the day. Unless we get another big order coming in. That could change everything, but for now though, I'd say that we're still going to recover from here. Look at Neil on the daily. Oh yeah, absolutely. The cash infusions from the Chinese government is crazy. It could really be something nuts coming for most Chinese stocks. BABA was looking pretty much the same. I actually haven't looked through all of my Chinese stocks that I can name, which it really isn't very many, but XPEV looking the same. What about Lee? Lee is not quite looking the same. I mean, it's looking good, but not as good as the others. Making all kinds of gaps. And then the last one is I keep looking at Candy. Candy, I don't know if you were interested in this one, not. DB Cooper, since you seem interested in the Chinese stocks. This is an EV company in China, and it's not gotten any of the boost yet. And this usually does run when Neo runs. So this could be a late runner. I used to invest in this a lot back when Neo was running in the past and they would run together and it was great. I don't know, maybe there's something going wrong with this company now, why it's not getting anything, but it could just be a late runner, which would be a really good time to pick this up then. Not financial advice at all. Realistically, I mean, if you're looking just like today, you know, today we're decently green up from yesterday. We're up 12 cents from the lows of yesterday. So could be a reversal here. Daily trying to curl up to green. 4 hour really close to curling up. 2 hour has just curled up a little bit ago. Today it just went green. I think it's time. Not financial advice for anybody, but this is a really good call out, I think. Still pretty early. I mean, we're still not curled up on the 4 in the daily yet, but I think that if the trend with China continues and there's not something crazy about to happen in the next week to the Chinese market, this should pop off nicely soon. If I wasn't so loaded up, I would get some. That's all of the Chinese stocks I can name though, so I can't really compare to anything else. DJT 1515. DJT still not all the way curled up on that 5 minute yet. Came up to 1520 and went right back. Trading at the top of the range though could be a good sign still. As long as we can hold it here. P. Diddy. Yeah, I know. What a messed up guy. PDD. Does this sell baby oil? Is that what this one is? 133.97 and dropping. Oh, it's Chinese. Okay, I got you. Nice little gap up there. Zooming out here. Looking really good on the daily time frame. Still have yet to break through these previous highs though. I don't know, I'm always really nervous until I see like a real nasty recovery and breakout. I just feel like some sort of rug pull could happen. So still not breaking above previous highs. It is parabolic though, it is indeed. It's looking really, really good. DJT looking promising on the daily. For the time being, I mean, we had a couple of recoveries before. It's more of a consistent sloping down, actually. Would have to recover quite a bit more. Momentum increasing to the downside on the 5-minute chart. We are no longer getting close to curling up the 5-minute. GME starting to look worse. It is 1:08 though. Just about to be 2 hours after that first big order came in. Feels like maybe we could get something still. We're still basically in the golden pocket here on GME, but it's starting to get a little shaky.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight.
Neo actually not looking super good right now. Did just jump up, got rejected. Started retracing back down to the EMA 50. If we can get a bounce here, nothing to worry about. If it keeps breaking down though. But I mean, ultimately, I think the China stocks are going up. I don't even know what I'm saying. Just the short term, that's, you know. But in general, it looks like it's an uptrend. If GME pops before Candy, I might jump in Candy. As long as the China stocks keep doing their thing. GME not popping today though, that's for darn sure. Unless some other massive orders come in at the end of the day.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop and touch.
SPY starting to come down more, 571.95. New intraday lows just being made.
Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight.
We did come up and get rejected at that EMA 200 line. Looking very bearish for the rest of the day and, in my opinion, next week.
Dripping lights paint the skies. Only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make
Looking to see if Unity gets a bounce right here. Otherwise, it will keep dropping quite a bit. DJT starting to look worse. Still holding this uptrend though. As long as it doesn't drop any further, it should be fine. FCell kind of starting looking ready to make another push to the upside. Chewy actually coming to life. $30.12 right now on Chewy. Costs not really doing anything today. Nvidia's kind of looking like the inverse of FCell right now. So if I were to say that FCell looked like it was going to jump up, then Nvidia definitely looked like it's about to jump down. P. Diddy still going down. Li Auto starting to come down. Looks like all of the Chinese stocks are retracing at the same time. I don't know if there's something going on with that. A little weird, a little sketchy. That's one thing I'm worried about. It's like SPY's at all-time highs, and it was kind of pushed to those all-time highs because of the Chinese stock news. I'm just not trusting it. They were just trying to maybe convince people that the SPY and then the stock market was going to rip to all-time highs before it comes down. Damn, I'm sorry, Warlord Mohican. That sucks a lot, man. That sucks a lot. Still not over for you if you're talking about DJT, but it is looking not as good. Has potential, though. Haven't really broken below this EMA 200 line. Just the question is, how long is it going to take? It is on that downtrend though, you know, as we were talking earlier. Oh, we're not there anymore. So, you know, it is downtrending. We didn't quite touch the center line though. You know, center line's at like $16.15. Volume on the day for GME at 4.3 million volume. We got 2 hours and 45 minutes left in the day. We'll probably end up getting more volume than we had yesterday. Bump and dump going on. Yeah, Jeff Jolly, that's definitely something I'm worried about. Oh yeah, I hate when they do that, dude. When they sell your contracts and then it pumps in the last 30 minutes. It's like the number one thing that I learned happens, and I look for it all the time now. It irritates the hell out of me. GME now starting to break down a little bit more here. It's starting to look more and more bearish for the rest of the day. Definitely doesn't mean that we can't turn it around, and there might just be another big order coming in throughout the day today. But right now, it's looking kind of bad. And max pain is at $21, so just definitely keep that in the back of your mind. Don't be disappointed by a drop or by GME not rallying for the rest of today. We got next week. Next week is the week we've been waiting for. You just gotta hang in for it. $30.19 on Chewy. AMC sucks. Just hang in there for next week, man. I feel you. AMC is not a good runner on its own, usually. Nice little pump this morning. Yeah, been a lot of stuff moving, that's for sure. Earliest possible on Fridays? Yeah. Yeah, I hate it. Such a scummy thing. Why on earth would somebody want it auto closed out 30 minutes early? If somebody was holding it till the end of the day because they thought it was going to be fine for their option exercise, then it would be fine at 4. He doesn't need that 30-minute early stuff. Carbon freeze mode, but waking up. Yeah, next week's our week for AMC and GME. I still am really going to be curious if we get something crazy in Power Hour today, because I feel like I can't be the only one that... I mean, I feel like there's going to be a lot of people who knew this about next week for a long time. So, we did get a lot of buy-ins last Friday. So we'll see. 2236 right now on GME. It's like still like barely holding up. Still feels possible to turn this around. RSI is getting very oversold. It would look so much more bullish too if we ended up like above $23 before the end of the day. Have the options contracts be another thing to look forward to for next week. All of the Chinese stocks breaking down in the same way right now really makes me wonder what's going on with them. Chewy, $30.20, looking like it could keep pushing up. SPY continuing to make all-time lows. Not all-time, I'm sorry, intraday. Ha, all-time lows. Baba could be getting a recovery here. Baba, 107.95. God, everything's moving so slow right now. I'm trying to find something that's like interesting and exciting, but everything's slow. TLT still very elevated. Looking like it's going to keep pushing into the close. GME 2239 could be building some momentum to the upside finally. Maybe not though. Not really seeing it yet. SPY getting a little bit of a recovery here, but then started coming back down to the medium line. If it can hold this, it should continue pushing up here. It's looking particularly bad though, you know, like I'm not really expecting it to, but hey, if it did, it did. But it would, if it doesn't hold that, we're gonna keep coming down. Chewy 30.42. Chewy making a nice jump.
Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I
Yeah, it is looking like SPY's gonna keep making intraday lows here. So I'm looking for a much bigger sell-off in the final hour of the day, I think. Doesn't necessarily have to happen, but if it does happen, it's a big confirmation for what I'm expecting next week. If we don't get it, then we should still be fine for next week, you know, we'll see what happens, but I don't know though. I don't know if that would happen at 7 p.m. or in power hour. Theoretically, I mean, the smart time for it to happen would be 7 p.m. So people can't react to it as much. Oh, no one panic. Oh, we got a gap to fill. Just gotta fill that gap, everybody. Oh, our bad. We didn't mean to leave this gap here. Don't worry. We're gonna go fill this up. Everything's gonna be good as new. They do like using the after hours. Yes, that's really what I'm looking for. If we end up seeing that, it's just a huge confirmation for next week. If we don't see that, then we're still going to be left waiting until the last second. This market's still holding up way too much right now for me to say that it's definitely happening for now. It's definitely happening in my mind, but haven't had that confirmation yet. We're close though, we're close to getting it. RKLB, I bought them as a SPAC back when it's really pumping now. It sounds familiar. How do I recognize that ticker? Rocket Lab USA? It does not sound familiar. I wonder if they used to be called something else. 9.72. Looking pretty interesting. Could be another one of the hidden squeeze plays. Looking pretty good. Looking like a continuation of the upside could be coming. Pretty curled down on the 15-minute. Interesting. Definitely keep that one on our radar. Did you notice that 2 of the 3 followers left on JL's X has to do with Web3 and one of them has the same cat as profile picture as JL as has his banner? I did not notice that. Is it down to 2 now? I've been wondering if it was going to drop today. Let me see what Kevin has to say quick. I'm surprised Kevin's been silent all day. Oh, still 3, okay. Interesting. GameStop Marketplace. Could be interesting. Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something I'm going to be watching all weekend long to see what's going on. All weekend long. SPY intraday lows. We haven't got the confirmation yet about next week, but this is what we would be looking for if it was coming. On its way. Feels like this music's like apocalyptic to the downside, you know? Yeah, hopefully it's still kind of holding up. I feel like it's waiting to see maybe if it gets something else here. Another big one. I kind of would have thought it would have come by now, but we're like right at that level where it's just like, give us now or too late. I mean, not that it's necessarily ever too late, but it feels like it's holding up right in this golden pocket, waiting for the perfect moment. You know, I'd be really interested in terms of Roaring Kitty this weekend. I feel like it could go one of two ways. Of course, he might just stay silent so he can avoid any blame, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that he's not afraid to call out the system when fingers are pointing at him. So then the flip side of that is, I think that he might give his YOLO update this Sunday just to layer on everything else that's going on. Because everything else seems to be lining up, and so the question comes like, does he use YOLO update or does he not? And I think in this case the right choice is to layer on the YOLO update with everything else that's going on. So definitely keep an eye for that. That will just be further confirmation for this week that it's it. I mean, obviously, if he did that, it would set it to the moon, obviously. But regardless, even if he doesn't do it, it's next week. I think GME's got a lot coming. I think we're going to be really surprised at how much is coming for GME next week. Although again, you know, not really getting the volume to back up my theory necessarily. Last week's volume would have backed up my theory. Still have yet to see it today. It means, you know, it could definitely come in at the end of the day. That's no... You know, if we were assuming that these are like the smartest people waiting till the last second, that'd be the right time to buy. Yeah, no, that's the other flip side though. Holding down the max pain for sure. For sure. And then just next week, the dam will just break. You know, and they'll just have one more week where they can hold it. That is the other flip side of the end of today for sure. A .when domain? I mean, I don't really know enough about that to be able to weigh in and like say that that's worth anything. I don't really know. I mean, that would be, I suppose, significant GME. Oh god, I clicked that and now my stuff's messed up. Oh, never mind, I messed it up. Interesting. I mean, okay. I still don't know what the value to that is, other than people who just want to have domains named after themselves. Or named after, you know, whatever they want to name it after, because obviously there's a lot of taken names. I don't know if they're doing something else that makes that cool. Dude, DA, I'm telling you, man, next week, it's truly coming, man. I'm not playing, not blowing smoke up anybody. I've looked at the signs and everything is pointing to next week. And if it was just like 1 or 2 things pointing to next week, I'd still be skeptical. If it was 3 or 4 things pointing to next week, I'd still be skeptical. It's just everything. There's so many things. Weird. Doesn't say it. I think something's coming big to that here soon as well. TLT starting to break to the upside at 98.66. Flight to safety. As the SPY continues to crumble, new intraday lows as we speak, 571.57. Getting really close to the 571.39 mark where it dropped in pre-market. Could accelerate once it drops below that. And that'll kind of be the confirmation right there too. If it doesn't bounce there, that'll be the confirmation that SPY is going to be coming down a lot further. Real question, what's my sell point? Well, I have options, so you have to bear that in mind. It's a little different in terms of what the profit would be. But I have a lot of options. So I'm planning just multiple sell points. Probably, I'm expecting the first big pop to be up around $50. So I'll probably sell a good portion there. But I'm really gunning for 100 and above. So if it jumps to like 80, I would probably sell a decent amount more. But I'm still going to continue to hold for 100 when it comes to, I would say at least like 20 or 30% of them. Because I really believe this one's the big one. Or a big one. Bigger than the last couple. And so then the question though becomes, how much movement are we going to get per day? That's where it gets hard. Because if you looked at the last squeeze in June, that was a hard squeeze to go through because they halted the stock a bunch of times. And you can't sell when it's halted. And then they cheated basically last time where while it was halted, they shorted it. So then when it became unhalted, it dropped to like $7 and then they halted it again and then it dropped quickly again. So the moral of that story is, you know, find your price target and make sure you get out. But I'm expecting personally this one to go to the numbers that I said. So I'm kind of thinking that day one might be like a medium pop to about $50 or so. And then they might try shaking as many people out as possible after that, trying to convince people that that's all it is. And then the following or the next day have a big continuation to the upside. And so that's what's really going to be hard for me to hold through. I might sell a majority and try buying back in, but I do think that there's going to be something bigger later in the week, regardless of what happens Monday, or at least another spike around Wednesday or Thursday. I think, yeah, regardless of whatever happens in the beginning of the week, whether or not we spike and hold, or if we spike and drop, if we don't spike at all, I think that there's going to be a big spike around Wednesday or Thursday then. SPY is starting to make a get a bounce here. 571.82 right now. Really still continuing the downtrend, but if it can somehow break above, it might show a temporary recovery. Wonder how PCC's doing and everything else. PCC 0.82. Still a lot of calls in the market. People have been loading up with calls for the most part. I mean, it's kind of in the middle, but you can see that the puts did drop off a little bit ago. Yeah, honestly, like I feel like I've learned to be really skeptical of my timing. I can be really excited about things and get carried away. But no, this next week though, it's just there's so many things pointing into it. It's not like anything ever before where it was just like one or two things and it was kind of a mild speculation that it could be. It's like everything's blatantly pointing to next week. I might put it out on the Discord, just like probably like later on in the weekend, just kind of type up all my thoughts, and so you guys can just look for that. I mean, in case anybody like really wanted to know. But it's not anything like groundbreaking. It's a bunch of tinfoil, but when there's like a bunch of tinfoil that all points to the same spot, you know, like it that's when you gotta pay attention. Crypto. Sorry, I'm still looking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, definitely holding is tough. Next event is October 3rd. Yeah, it's near red. I didn't look at that. I saw the list. I just didn't look at the date. I think it's just coincidence. I think it's just kind of convenient that you can point to that and think that it's that too. Perhaps I'm being a little optimistic about that, but I really do think there's more going on. So SPY is getting a bounce here. SPY looking kind of nice. We haven't touched this EMA 200 line in a long time though. It's going to come down to the question of, are we going to get rejected at that EMA 200 a lot or not? That's at 572.42. If we get rejected, it's going to look really bad, and it's going to be further confirmation for next week. If we blow through it, still might be a fake out. But if we blow through it and then keep going, eventually, I'm going to admit I'm wrong. Somewhere up there. Somewhere at the top. But definitely, I don't know. Still remains to be seen next week, honestly. They might just rip things away. I don't know. It'd be weird to me to see us hit all-time highs, but I still didn't really get the blow-off top that I was looking for today. But it'll also be a little weird if they came all the way up just to send us down again. So I'm calling to just come up and hit this EMA and then keep coming down. GME looking like it might finally almost curl up that 5 minute on the MACD here. Looking like maybe we can finally get a push up into the close. Would be interesting again to see us hold above max pain being $21. We still got a decent cushion on it. If we could push up, especially above 23, oh my gosh. If SPY drops in the last hour and GME goes above 23, it's good game. Next week is the week. 1,000,000,000%. More than a when event. Interesting. I mean, like the title there was of the event, sounded good too. It was companies integrating crypto and things. Yeah, or maybe something big that GME has been working on is going to be showcased there, and that's going to be part of the big reveal. Gonna be part of the big presentation. It's gonna be their big pitch to get everybody invested. And investing into the when will be is through the merger is going to be investing in GME going forward. I think that there is going to be some integrations coming about. I'm really like, I'm just so nervous about that kind of news. Like you could announce that kind of news to me in a, like, and not have any like special flair to it, and I wouldn't care one bit and be like, oh, okay, whatever. It would not excite me as an investor whatsoever. Would not excite me to think of the business. I lack the imagination to see how that's fun and good for the company. So I really hope that they come out with something stunning and spectacular and that I never thought of. You know how you can guarantee know that would guarantee to be taken off though is if GME does end up squeezing, the whole WEN platform is gonna go insane. So if you have the ability to invest in WEN or something, if GME happens, you should snatch some up right away. I don't even know where to buy WEN. I'm not gonna really go out of my way to move money into a crypto account, but considering how much I believe in GME, I would purchase some WEN if I had an account.
You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars.
Yeah, especially at the levels it's at now, like you're really pretty much buying at the bottoms. And then you'd have all of these very excited investors who now know what WEN is and appreciate the existence of WEN with all kinds of money, and they like to invest. That coin would go to the moon easily. It'd be the new Dogecoin. Who knows? Maybe if things happen on Monday and I sell a little bit, maybe Tuesday I'll spend my whole day getting my crypto together and figuring out where to get some WEN. We'll see. I think if I did it that quickly, I'd still be ahead of most. Can you give me some examples? I've never heard of WEN being sold before. Oh, you mean platforms. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking you meant companies for some reason at first, and that was really stupid. Okay, my brain wasn't there. Yeah, that's interesting though. So like, I used to use like crypto.com. I would not recommend crypto.com. I don't trust them. I can't remember the one that I did. I think Trust Wallet is the one that I used that I didn't hate. I hear good things about Coinbase, though. I bet you Coinbase would be a good way to go. SPY came up, touched the EMA 200 here. If we get rejected, SPY's gonna keep coming down, and we're gonna get... We're gonna break below the lows of pre-market. Might break above here. We'll see though. Had to use uphold. Interesting. Okay, I never even heard of that one. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. I've heard of Binance before. I would probably trust that one. I don't know the others, but I imagine they're probably all trustworthy. You know, I used to be a big fan of Sundial. I've talked about this a couple times now. It's like a, I don't know, I found this thing when it was like 15 cents and it ran up and did what it did after I found it, which was awesome. It's down to $2 right now. It's kind of been consolidating for a decent bit. When the wheat stocks run, this should run, but you know, being a small cap and all, it should really benefit from rate cuts too. I feel like this thing will have a good future here with a decent squeeze and run to the upside eventually. I'm just saying that now. GME getting closer to curling up the 5-minute. It's not far now. We have been bouncing off the EMA 200 on the 5-minute chart. So I do think we should get a bounce here as long as we can keep holding the EMA. Roger, that's skiing. Awesome on you, helping out the brother. You have a good time there, and we'll be here waiting. We'll keep an eye on things for you. SPY actually is looking kind of nice here. It did keep touching that one, that one actually. Oh wait, there we go. There it is. Okay. I was gonna say, like, you know, it's probably gonna come up and touch the EMA on the 5-minute chart at the very least. And then maybe reach these highs of previous bars, and then I would think we're gonna get rejected. That being said, it is a pretty big cup and handle. Could just be wrong. If we did break through here though, I think that would be the sign that we are gonna have a bullish rest of the day. Yeah, I appreciate you skiing. You have a great weekend as well, man, just in case. Well, welcome back, 4-leaf clover. Hope you had a great lunch. Welcome back. How was your lunch? Hope you had a good one. We're here waiting. GME still hasn't taken off. I do think GME is going to get a boost here, though. I don't think GME is going to break down further. It definitely could, though. It definitely could. We definitely got pushed down earlier. Other than that, what'd you miss? SPY started making a recovery. SPY's at a really important level where it's either going to get rejected here and keep coming down, or it's going to make a big recovery for the day. If it does break through here, we might even go up and try making intraday highs. Maybe we'll end up getting that blow off top. I don't know. But it definitely has to break through here if we're gonna see that play out. Other than that, waiting to see what direction DJT is going to choose. Currently 1490. Looking like it's starting to come down, but we're still holding, so we definitely could boost upwards. Taking its sweet time, though. Kind of still waiting to see other things do their thing, too. Not really a whole lot going on outside that. XPEV looks like it could be setting up for another push to the upside. A big call out for XPEV, another Chinese EV manufacturer. Looking like it could be playing out this pattern. Nice cup and handle forming. Just about to push up. I don't know if the SPY dropping is going to affect that at all. SPY so far not able to break through yet. I mean, obviously, I mean overall market. Obviously, XPEV's not in the SPY.
This whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too.
DJT is still kind of making higher lows. Could be setting up to push back up here. As long as it doesn't break down. Candy starting to push up a little bit. Still within this range though. Still haven't seen a big breakout from Candy, but I would think that this is going to end up following fellow Chinese EVs. If they're running, this should end up running too. This could be the start of Candy pushing back to the upside, touching the EMA 200 on the 30-minute chart. It's really going to come down to whether or not it gets rejected here or not. If XPEV ends up running though, I think this would run too. Neo is still up here, got rejected at 666, and trying to just figure this out. Almost curling up the 5-minute back to green here. Might be making another push soon, probably the same time XPEV moves.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah.
SPY looking like it's gonna get rejected here and keep coming down to continue the sell-off throughout the day. Definitely could still recover and push up from here, but it's not looking good. Still above the medium line on the 5-minute chart, so kinda right now at that inflection point.
Lions gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals.
FCell starting to push up here more.
Let's go back to
Could be an early sign of a run for FCell and Plug. Plug not quite yet. I think this is going to be an early call out for FCell though. I do think FCell's got a decent amount of runway here. GME continuing to break down though. 22.27 now on GME. Starting to look less like that 5-minute will curl up now. Kinda just trending down. $22.22 filled. Let's go. Finally, we can finally go back up. Oh my gosh. Gotta stop leaving these gaps everywhere, GME. You're crazy. Just gotta zoom out. Zoom out on this baby. Perfect. 30-minute chart looking okay. It is shifting red on the MACD though. We just gotta come down to the EMA 200 on the 15-minute chart, probably. I don't know, I might get a bounce around here. We did just fill that. We could just curl this 30-minute right back up. Stinks though, we never actually did curl up the 2-hour on GME all the way. Just a matter of time though. It is coming. Yep, last minute shakeout. SPY starting to break down below the medium line here. Gonna need to hold this if we want to believe in the SPY. Unity looking like it could get ready for a bounce here. Nice run to the upside very soon. Yeah, that's fortunate. That's fortunate, Gigo. $23 before close. 23 before close would be awesome. It's officially broken down though to the point though that it's not looking chart wise like we'll get a reversal. I do think we'll get a bounce though. If we do keep coming down at all, I think we'll get a bounce at like 22.19 around this EMA. Oh yeah, we're breaking through next week for sure. For sure. PLCE looking like it could be getting ready to have a larger breakout. Not really the same on this chart so much, but then you know, like the 5 minute, it's not quite there, not quite in positive territory. It has to continue a little bit, but if it continues. Candy's making new intraday highs. I do think Candy could make a KNDI could make a bigger run to the upside here soon. Yeah, SPY's starting to look a lot worse. Definitely, I would take profits if I had calls on the SPY or think the broader market. Not financial advice, though. Fuel cell getting that breakout as predicted. Starting to. Going up. Unity looks like it could be ready for another jump to the upside here. PLCE starting to ride the bands to the upside. Neo's starting to break down. I was saying that I thought EV stocks, or the Chinese stocks looked weird earlier, but I was starting to think that they might have been getting ready to actually turn it around. But I don't know, EV, it's still not really breaking down that much here, but we'll see how much this sells off.
From a quarter mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring
Baba came down to touch the EMA 200. Might just get a bounce here. We'll see. If it keeps breaking down below the EMA 200, I would start to be a little concerned. Assuming that everything is kind of a rigged move, it would be kind of time for Baba to start coming down here. 42 minutes left until the close of the day. Assuming that China's not lying about stimulating the economy, though, it should go up from here. Meanwhile, GME getting a little bit of a bounce here and leaving a gap. Classic Jimmy. 22.31 now. I think SPY's gonna sell off hard in Power Hour. That's still a pretty bold claim at these levels, though. I mean, it feels like I should really wait until it's broken its uptrend at least.
You can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep.
GME's still trading in the channel that we've been trading in. Probably gonna get rejected here and keep coming down.
From a quarter mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, Ray won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all.
Palantir's kind of looking okay here. Maybe it'll break through this. I don't know though. If SPY's coming down, Palantir's coming down though. That's what sucks. No gap GME. Yeah, we gotta go fill that real quick. No big deal. Just another 2 hours and we'll have this filled. DJT breaking below the EMA 200 line and the medium line. No gaps, I don't see any gaps. No gaps to be seen, nothing at all. Up we go. Neo continuing to break down here. Still could get a bounce at any moment here, just not, not looking too strong at the moment. GME just looking so close to curling up that 5 minute. Every 5 minute looks close. So right at that line. Kind of feeling like we are going to curl it up here. I don't know, that 30 minute needs to curl back up though. Bullish power hour. I mean, that would be the confirmation. That's like the perfect confirmation though. It's like SPY sell off, GME go up. Perfect confirmation for next week. That's what we need to see. We got 37 minutes till power hour. Frankly, with how I feel about everything, that's what I'm calling for. Screw Max Payne. I'm calling for us to go up. They'd have to really dump on it to get us down to 21. Haven't been up to the EMA 200 on the 1 minute in a long time. I think we got a rally coming. That rally will curl up the 5. It should curl up the 2 hour. There's Baba getting the bounce. That makes more sense. So should Neo be getting a bounce now too? Maybe not yet. Gosh, this price action's taken so long to play out. Makes me wonder if it's going to be just the very last second that it sells off, or wait till Monday.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open to a new tomorrow, moving with the motion, following the light that sets me
Nvidia's starting to break to the downside. If Nvidia breaks through this, could start accelerating. Looking like a pretty fast sell-off here. That's a pretty decent drop here in 1 minute. This could be what I've been waiting for. Still feels early though. New intraday lows for the SPY, 571.30. Minutes earlier than I thought it might start. I mean, still not really confirmed yet, but it's starting to move faster, and if it definitely does, I think we have our confirmation. Otherwise, I mean, we're still like holding these upper levels. It's just bouncing off the bottom of where we were a couple days ago. Has to break down more first. It's looking pretty grim, actually, though. Zooming out here. The daily's barely green. EMA 200's at $97. Oof, GME looking a little worse again. They are definitely dumping on it now. 22.12, new intraday low. SPY coming down hard though as well, 571.15. Friends, we're getting close to our confirmation. GME is indeed a good zone to buy. Not financial advice, but you could be looking at the very last dip. Can't tell you how close to 21 we're gonna get, but one way or another, this could be the very last time you're ever gonna be able to buy GME this cheap. You're looking at it. What you gonna do when that moment strikes you? AMC as well, coming down on the 5-minute. Looking like we might get a bounce here soon around this EMA 200. Could be here, could be down another penny. What are you gonna do when you see AMC bottoming out?
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels
Buy more! Right answer. Not financial advice though.
right. It feels right. I can only say that it feels right.
Oof, Palantir looking rough. I'm sure a lot of the SPY's looking rough. Friends, this is it though. If it breaks down below 569.90, I'm gonna call that good enough confirmation for me for now. I mean, till next week, but I mean like 568.91, maybe that one's a little bit better. Starts breaking below that though, 567.60. It's fully confirmed after that. I'm kind of predicting it. I feel like, I feel like the smart play here is to, you know, sell this thing off massively hard. I mean, it'll panic people before Monday, but I wouldn't want to be stuck in the trade. You know, maybe it'll sell, maybe it'll gap down on Monday, or something, and then everybody could be fine, but I think this thing's coming down a lot harder. And that right there was the retracement of basically everything that the gap up was. So if it doesn't like fully get a bounce here, it's over. That's the top. If the SPY keeps selling off, the only confirmation that I'm looking for after that is huge volume and power hour for GME. Two-hour for GMEs at 2170. I wouldn't expect us to come any lower than that on this dip. It's looking more likely that we're just going to come down to about 2195 if we keep dropping. I think plug should get a bounce here soon. Maybe just a little bit lower. One more penny down. IWM breaking down a lot here too. That's another big sign for you. It's not a rotation out of large caps into small caps. This is a sell-off. So weird how they've decided to do this too. Like, we're still holding upper levels. It's like they really don't want people to know. And like, I'm not that smart. I can't be the only people who saw this. So we can't be the only people who saw this. So you would think that something massive is coming here in the next hour. It's either I'm wrong or there's something massive coming in the next hour. That's the only two. Or I mean, again, could be the final hour of the day. Could be like 7 p.m. I don't know.
Inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
FFIE should get a bounce around here. I would be looking for FFIE to get a bounce here soon to the upside.
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? Kids screaming in their cradles,
I kind of really think Novavax is going to be another big squeeze one in this next week. I've been waiting for a squeeze on Novavax. Feels like this would be the perfect week for it to happen.
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
An SPY consolidating before another big push down.
Taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind.
I mean, realistically though, again, it's like at the pretty much the perfect level of what they lost today, so could get a bounce here, should get a bounce here if it was gonna go positive in the next couple days, but it's looking bad. GME, on the other hand, trying to go green on the 1 minute MACD. Might be time for a reversal at last.
Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in
GME made 100% up, 100% pullback. Yeah, over. Yeah, kind of crazy. I think we're about to see a recovery here, though. Of some of it, at least. Might get rejected here. And keep coming down, but... It's okay, next week is our week, no matter what happens. No matter what happens today, it's coming next week. Oh, baby. I haven't seen anything to make me think otherwise today. And I've been looking. GME coming up at least to retouch the yellow EMA line. After that, we'll see if we can break through or not. Yeah, SPY really looking bad. You know, I keep trying to look for reasons to think that SPY is not going to sell off. Like, I'm not trying to just ruin anybody's fun if they want it to go up. But, gosh, I can't find reasons to think this thing is going back up. Other than the 1 minute curling in this little bit, but we should get rejected here soon. Oh my gosh, chat. I might have just cracked one last little piece in my head. I think there's something coming at 3:10 p.m. to GME. That would be just the wildest confirmation. If I'm right on that, you all need to go tell your family that I was right on that. and real more specifically about GME and stuff. You know, not financial advice, obviously, but if I'm right if I'm right about 3:10, you guys need to trust me from this point on about what's happening next week. I'm not promising that I'm going to be right about 3:10. I'm still right about next week. But if 3:10 happens, then you guys need to not doubt next week. I just made such an awesome prediction in my head. Woof! For the record, I'm not calling squeeze, I'm calling this. I don't really know what will happen at 3:10, but at the very least, I'm calling a big order and a spike. Yeah, that's gonna be wild. That just popped into my head. And dots connected last second, and then if that comes true, I'm gonna be flabbergasted a little bit. SPY starting to show a little bit more green here, but still showing a rejection at the medium line here. Could be just about to start dropping back down. Maybe it'll have a little bit more. It's not looking good though. Still has the EMA 200 on the 1 minute chart at 572.10. Feels more likely that might be the top of where we'll come to, or a little bit like this. Plus all the weeklies. Man, like that I don't think I was like even trying to figure out much. It just popped into my head and as like a sudden realization. That's what's happening. Wow, I'm so excited. Ah, this is gonna go so slow. We got 23 minutes left to find out. One last push down for the meme stocks. One last pump for the Magnificent Seven. I've never felt so good about something that's going to happen. I think 310's really going to happen. That's crazy. SPY getting close to this EMA 200 here. Unity trying to push up as well. I'm still really nervous for these Chinese stocks. I don't really have a, I mean, you know, it's still in good ranges, but it made, yeah, that's still fine. It's still fine. It's still fine. I'm just not sure how, I don't know how the Chinese stocks are going to react to the rest of the market selling off. Gosh, don't let me forget 310, man. Don't let me be distracted. I want to be paying close attention. I gotta distract myself in the meantime, though. 19 minutes. 19 minutes, family. I've never predicted anything that I felt so certain about. Yeah, besides what's coming next week. And now the 310 thing. You just remember, though, family, if 310 happens, I'm going to need some rockets in the chat if 310 happens. And I'm going to need you to remember to like and subscribe. And, you know, please always just make sure you keep coming back. That's the wager. That's how confident I feel. Doesn't happen. You don't come back, you know? I don't deserve it. I'm that confident. That's crazy. Oh, you a Lambo? Oh my gosh. All right, you're raising the stakes here a little bit. I was risking a follow. You're risking my retirement. What's that, 310? GME's gonna pop off. I don't know if it's gonna break through the resistance here at 310, but something like we saw earlier today is gonna happen at 310. And it's gonna be an indication that I'm right about next week. That's so crazy. I did not think about that at all until a little bit ago, and that is the greatest confirmation. If I'm right, that is the best confirmation for next week. You did say 23 before close. You did. We have a line here, though, at 23, like 28-ish. That we would really need to break above that to see the start of some real explosive moves. Wow, this is like I'm so like enamored. It's so exciting. I don't even want, like, I'm having a hard time thinking about anything else right now. 15 minutes remaining. SPY still coming up, looking like it's going to get a rejection around this EMA 200 soon. Neo trying to curl up. It's another EV, Chinese EV stock. Theoretically, this thing is going to go make new highs here soon. DJT trying to get a bounce here. DJT's really not looking good anymore, unfortunately. It's still kind of holding. It definitely means it's definitely not over for DJT, but it's not looking good. Might come up here though and retest the EMA 200. We'll see. Might just get rejected here. Oh, wow. Family, if 310 happens, we win. And you might have to wait till next week to truly win, but if 310 happens, we win. God, I don't want to do anything else. Just want to think about it and watch it happen and play out. We know how the rest of the market's doing. I hope you guys all have some good plans to do with your money. I hope you guys are planning on being smart. I hope you guys will make sure that you don't immediately throw money back at GME right after you sell it. You know, I hope you guys are going to prepare to be careful and invest smartly. Hope you guys will continue to keep coming back here and we can help each other keep making a lot of money. We're on the precipice of life-changing wealth. The greatest transfer of wealth that history's ever known. At least in this nation. We have something huge coming. I'm still thinking next week is the week, you know, regardless of what happens today. Nobody's explicitly saying it, well, except for me. But yeah, I'm saying at 310 we're gonna skyrocket. I just don't know if we're gonna break through the sloping resistance above us and keep going crazy for the rest of the day, or if it's just gonna be a sign for what's to come. One way or another, it should look like this. You know, it might just be enough to spike us up here, and we'll stop there for till the end of till tomorrow or till next week. I mean, or it could just be all hell breaks loose. If I had to predict what I think smart people would do, I think all hell's gonna break loose. But I'm still calling for next week. I still think the top will be next week. Let's go with that. The top's next week. Oh, goodness gracious. What a bold claim, you know what I mean? Basically, just like, risking my YouTube stake on this claim. Mostly next week. I don't want to say I'm risking everything for my 310 stake, but I feel like I'm risking a decent amount of credibility. Like, you could take it as you will, take it as like just a tinfoil guess as you will, but I'm trying to stake my credibility on this one. For whatever that's worth. 310. Just me. I mean, realistically, there were signs that made me think it, but nothing today has said is happening. I just don't... How's about I tell you after? I'll tell you after at 310. Because it's not that exciting. Except for a theory. Like, it would take too long to prove it and put together the pieces, because I haven't put together every piece yet. I just put together the last piece, and I was like, oh yeah, I get it. That's really what happened. Like, it wasn't that I worked my way up to this conclusion, it was just that I had an inspiration, and it gave me that last piece, and now I gotta go back through and prove everything else. Yes. Could be getting a triple bottom here. Still got 9 minutes to go till 310. This is so exciting. If I'm right, you guys gotta join the Discord and subscribe and stuff. If I'm right, you gotta tell your friends and bring them to the channel. LOL. So GME is breaking down further here. Oh, that's the fun thing about my Discord right now, is I keep forgetting to say it. I apologize. I think it says it somewhere in the description. So the description has the link to the Discord, by the way. If you jump on there, I'm offering free lifetime memberships right now. So, otherwise the Discord has the ability to be paid for, but anybody who I know from the stream here who hops on there and I can match the accounts together will get a free lifetime membership until I finally decide to change that around. And I'm not looking to change it particularly soon, so get in while you can, though. I'm still pretty new. I'm a pretty new YouTuber, and I'm pretty new to Discord too, and so work needs to be done on all fronts. But right now, like, a lot of my capital, oh my god, I can't talk. Capital and time has been taken up by GME, and so once this goes through, things should get a lot better in the future. Start putting money into getting some custom art made for the stream and such, and I'll start putting a lot more work into looking for other plays for the Discord that aren't GME and AMC and a couple of the others. But yeah, we got a nice little community started on the Discord, so hope you'll consider that. Free lifetime membership. Can't stress that enough. As long as you don't do anything to screw it up, like, be rude to people or whatever on the Discord. Right now, I look at it as just a nice way for the community to be able to talk and share ideas whenever I'm not streaming. GME 2206 did get a bounce there at 2197. 6 minutes left till 310. I get this right, all of you have to remember that I'm cooler than the guy who writes the lines on his screen all day long and predicts perfectly. I'm just kidding. But I am actually really excited about this. Like, I don't know if anybody else is actually making this kind of prediction or anything like that, but it's exciting. It's exciting. 5 minutes. May. Candy's starting to look a little bit better here. As predicted earlier, I think Candy's going to continue to run as long as the Chinese stocks keep running. I think this is just the very small start of Candy moving. $4 I gotta not let myself get distracted here. 4 minutes. Holy cow, chat. This is gonna be amazing to be right about this. Mostly because of what we can all feel is gonna be coming next week. If I'm right, we can all rest easy all weekend. Except for having a tremendous amount of excitement. Oh, I'm in. You meant the Discord. I thought you were talking about GME at first. I was like, okay, cool. He bought some GME. Yay. It didn't really process all the way at first. I see a second person hopped on the Discord. I don't know who that person is. Once I know who official is, I could give out a role there. But otherwise, Turbo, you got your role. Free lifetime membership. I appreciate you and welcome to the stream. Hope you're excited for 3 minutes from now. Hope you're excited about your new membership. I do always recommend people read the rules and things on the Discord. It's not really a strict environment, but there is some tips and things in there. Like, specifically what I'm talking about is, there has been there's already, even though I have the smallest YouTube community right now, smallest Discord, there's already been somebody who tried impersonating me and messaging some of my members, so, as me. So just always remember that, I'm probably not gonna message you. And, you should not be accepting and talking to any Aerobies or Robs or Hodl gangs that you can't confirm or me. $308. I gotta make sure I don't click away. Holy cow. $308. Oh, I'm so excited. I love how, like, not able to see it coming it is, you know, now that I'm, like, really watching for it. What sign do I have? I have a spike in volume here, a tiny bit, but not really anything significant. There's no sign. 308. 309.
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
310. Might take a minute. Wait. No, yeah. Wait. Okay. I'm slightly wrong about my prediction, but here's why. I'm calling it before I even see the failure. Oh, it's already a failure. But it's not even 311 yet. It's 410. It's 410 that it happens at. I'm gonna stay live for that extra 10 minutes today. And maybe a little bit more celebration after that. Honestly, maybe I'll bust out the beers today. It's 410. I'm sorry. I know that it's a little baity, but I didn't take one thing into consideration. It's 410.
Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown.
I mean, I don't know if I have to be right about that, but it definitely hasn't happened yet. But the one explanation for why it wouldn't happen is because it's supposed to be 410. Could happen. It might be happening right now. No, maybe not. Might be delayed, but it's 312 already. I think it's 410. That'd be weird to see it after hours. I hate when it's after hours, but does that make as much sense? I think it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it could be delay. It might just take a little bit. Here I was expecting it to take like... I mean, here it was 11:10. 11:15 is where a bigger one came through. Maybe we just gotta wait. Couple seconds, couple minutes. It's breaking above the medium line here. Setting up for something to the upside. Yeah, so I keep going over in my head here, trying to decide if I'm right or not about 410, and I think I just confirmed it. It is 410. The unknown person watching the stream. Are you in the chat though? Can I get you in the chat over here just so I can always match the names? Isn't this the last report for the CAD system? I don't think there's a last report for the CAD system, or there's a report coming out though. And they're also like raising the requirements for the CAD system going forward. Yeah, so again, I'm really sorry about that mess up on my prediction there. It is 410 though, I'm pretty certain. That's gonna be the confirmation. I'm gonna wait and not end my stream right away for that confirmation. And I guess, I mean, honestly, if it's ripping, I don't know how late I'm gonna stream, but I was really not expecting it to be aftermarket. I mean, like a big aftermarket run? I don't know. It's tomorrow, duh. Supposed to be fully online Monday, yeah. definitely has all its bells and whistles that they're trying to put into it on Monday.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone?
Ah, sorry, I got you all hyped up for that an hour early.
Every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Girls are polite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect.
Gosh, now I hope I'm right. You know, it was a little just bit of a disappointment to realize that I messed it up. So now 410 is the time. After that, I'm gonna feel like a dunce, but I think I'm right. Wasn't expecting to have to wait that long though. We are getting more out of GME right now though. 22.20. Maybe we're gonna end up finding out that my prediction was true and we're just now getting parts of it. Feels like I would like to see a lot more here though. Look at that volume though on that one, 111,000 volume on that. When was that? At 303. And then 79,000 volume at 312. I don't think so though. It makes more sense to me to have it be maybe. Hush. Nah, I appreciate you guys. I'm still not giving up on that prediction. I just think that I did the math not right. On that last little bit. I just forgot something. That's a weird way to put it, math, but I just forgot to do one thing.
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradle.
It really goes either way. Like, it still could turn out that I was right about that. It's because I don't know what the other pieces of the puzzle are exactly before this. I only knew this part of the puzzle.
Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
Hush. This darn song is not no copyright. I don't know why every no copyright station plays this. There's no way. I'm pretty certain it's gotten my stream in trouble every time. I don't know, I'll find out afterwards. It's gonna be a pain once I'm monetized. I'm gonna have to find better music to put on.
I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste
Man,
faster to waste oxygen.
messed up my prediction. Still think that there's one coming though. I was not expecting an after hours pop though, so doesn't mean it won't happen.
Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Yeah, I keep thinking about it, you know, and then just like, if everything's supposed to play out the way I think it's supposed to play out in my head in terms of signals, then it would still be 4:10 p.m. that it happens. So I just have to wait. I don't know if there would be a delay again around 4:10. I guess there... No. Because I'm talking about when it shows up here. And it was made to show up here at 11:10, so I think it would be 3:10 to 4:10. Maybe, maybe not. I'm going with it. Official, I'm just not sure who you are, official. Can you just tell me in the stream here who you are, and then we'll get you some permissions on the Discord? Just want to make sure I know. I don't really know what that does for me, to be honest with you, because the goal is to avoid bots primarily. And bot could probably just react to me on stream, right? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Not sure what the trick is to keep bots off your Discord, frankly. Other than just knowing the people slowly. XPEV trying to push up. New intraday highs could be coming up for XPEV here soon. Been waiting for it for a while. Not anywhere close to what I thought was coming. But again, I feel like there's a lot of validity to me believing that it'd be 410. After that, I'll thoroughly admit that I'm an idiot, but I don't think I'm wrong about this. I just had the number wrong the first time. $323, we got less than an hour to find that out now. 4:37 minutes left in power hour. What interesting things are gonna happen? Spy's been up here playing with the EMA 200 for a while. This is a really important inflection point for Spy. Is it gonna keep making new all-time highs, or is it gonna keep crashing like it's been all day and like I've been calling for? Really, really important. We have 7 minutes left until weekly and daily contracts expire. It could be that's all it's waiting for. We might see a big sell-off or big climb after that. We'll go take a look at some things here real quick. PCC at 0.74. Lots of calls just came into the market. Lots of calls. Not a lot of puts. Calls very cheap. This would be a perfect time for them to push down the market. This would be the perfect time for them to rug pull. Not financial advice. I do feel like I'm biased all the time when I say that, but I feel very strongly about that it's coming. So take that as you will. Maybe you would miss one move. If you thought it was going up and you wanted to sell just in case, you might just miss out on that one move. It'd be a shame if you were holding something to the upside when this happens. Yo, what's up, Abe Nose? How you doing, Abe? Welcome, welcome, welcome. SPY starting to look weaker here too. Could be about to break down. We got 5 minutes left until contracts are expired. Unity looking like it could be setting up. It did lose like everything it had though from today. I don't know. BlackBerry bounced back. Sorry, I missed that for a second. Not sure what your definition of bouncing back is. Maybe you meant to the downside, bounce back down? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see BlackBerry start getting a bounce here though. This seems like a good time. Not financial advice. Going on nothing but gut feeling there. Abe, there he is. I'm sorry, Abe, about that mess. I appreciate you, Abe. Congratulations. There is your free lifetime membership, your role. You now have access to everything, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the community. Thank you so much, Abe. Make yourself at home, my friend. Hope you're very excited for what's to come. Making a lot of bold predictions over today, short and long term. There is a lot coming, but I'm hoping it's all going to play out and we're all going to be really happy here soon. GME breaking above the medium line on the 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart going green for the first time since this morning when we had our big pop. First time. This could be the start of our larger run up here. Honestly, this might be the bottom right here. This is the bottom. This is the cheapest you're ever going to buy GME right here. Again, it's not going to be cheaper than this. Not financial advice. It might maybe drop like a couple pennies before the end of the day. But after 4:10 p.m., I predict that it'll never be this cheap again. Not financial advice, but get your GME while you can. That's a bot? No, why are they so good at talking? Abe, I gotta remove your role now because my follower says you're a bot. And I've known Jeff for a long time, and Jeff's a really smart bot. So you gotta prove that you're not a bot now, I'm sorry. Anyways, GME looking like it's ready to go up here. This could be the cheapest that you're ever gonna get GME again. I would venture to say that's a super true statement. You're like looking at history right now. Maybe it'll continue to break down a little bit further towards the end of the day, maybe. But I don't think it's gonna. But also, after 4:10 p.m. today, I think that it's never gonna be this cheap again. Where's your introduction? What you mean? I don't understand the question. Yeah, I mean, it almost comes down to like I almost feel like I gotta stop the lifetime rolls here sooner rather than later if I'm gonna have a bot problem. I don't know how to weed them out effectively otherwise. That's annoying. GME though, we're making a breakout. GME looking good here. We haven't fully confirmed it yet. We jumped above the EMA 200 and now are right at the EMA 200. If we can use this as support, we are jumping into the close, family. GME is about to be never this cheap again. Never again. Not without a reverse split, not without a stock split. GME is a great buy right now. Not financial advice. I'm an idiot. Do your own due diligence. But if you were as dumb as me, you would buy in right now. You would throw a lot at this. But I'm dumb. That being said, actually, we are coming down here, back below the EMA 200 line. We did actually just get pushed down. Question is, are we going to rebound back above, or are we actually going to keep getting pushed down into the close? In which case, I'm going to go back to saying 410. That being said, though, my prediction is that we keep pushing. However, they are pushing hard right now down. It's literally their last-ditch effort. I've never felt so close to this squeeze and felt so much that I had it predicted. Chewy could be about to come back below $30 here again. Aw, I'm sure I said welcome to the Discord, Jolly. How could you say that? Welcome to the Discord, Jolly. It's been awesome having you around. What you playing? Don't be like that. You don't need to be jealous of the bot. Just trying to be welcoming. Because this is also the home of Jeff Jolly, and we want a nice welcoming home where Jeff Jolly is. AMC breaking down a little bit here, 453. Yeah, and hero of the freaking day. Who else is the hero of the day? Nobody but you, sir. You know you're an integral, great part of everything we got going on. We appreciate you. Hope you are excited for what's to come. GME just building up the pressure, getting ready to rip. SPY almost looking like it could be a reverse head and shoulders with a big jump to the upside. I don't know. I'm still calling for what I've been calling for, but just saying it's there.
Once you leave me, it's over.
27 minutes left in the trading day. A lot can still happen. I am again looking forward to 410, and I'm going to be looking to see a big candle. I turned that off before, and I don't know. I tried looking for it before, and it was just kind of a pain to get back up, so I kind of give up on pulling it up. I'm sure I can get it, I just don't really want to that bad. I hope that's okay. Oh, I know you are, Jeff Jolly. No sweat, no sweat. So AMC update at 2:15 p.m. 600,000 short shares available. Cost to borrow 1.17. I'd be looking to see kind of a spike here at the end of the day. I feel like these numbers aren't really suggesting. These numbers are one of the few things that aren't confirming next week yet. We'll see. Maybe they're just trying to reduce the amount of indications that would be out there.
I was so sure of our love.
Yo, I just don't discriminate, Jeff Jolly. You know, they have feelings too, probably, maybe.
And now I'm right back at the start. Halfway through a bottle, baby, and nothing to know. I thought that I could keep it low. Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy. I thought that I could keep it low, keep it low.
Gosh, it's really, really, really gonna be wild if there's something at 410.
Take it easy.
Spy still not given up yet. Doesn't want to show what its hand is gonna be. Really at that inflection point right now, could go up or down from here, and everything would look normal. Well, it would look normal if it kept going up. They have not given any early indication other than the sell-off today, but they were still holding levels of yesterday, basically. So
And you know how to forget all the wrongs in every
could go either way here.
why we've changed. And there's a story
If there isn't a sell-off today, I think that there will be a gap down next week.
that's getting me in trouble.
Or maybe, again, I'm going to be watching between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. right before market closes to see if there's a big sell-off.
Take it easy, take it slow. We ended up just like before. So take it easy, take it easy.
Depending on if there was a sell-off, if it was a big one, it'd be a nice confirmation. Even a small sell-off is a little bit of a confirmation if it's right at the end of the day.
Take it easy.
If I had to guess, though, I think a big sell-off is coming here before power hour ends because of the stuff cut that I think is coming at 410. Either that or maybe it would be after 4 that it would start. I don't know. GME going up, that's the only thing I can be sure of. Everything else, I'm just speculating. $22 minutes left in the day. PLCE starting to push up here more. Pretty early call out. It's looking good. PLCE has been a consistent squeezer lately. COS starting to move to the upside. COS is an indicator for GME squeezing as well. COS is a squeeze play itself. Doesn't have options though. Plug power coming back to life. Plug power starting to push up. A lot of these are going to squeeze at the same time. Candy getting ready to move. KNDI. Moving on. XPEV looking okay. I'm still waiting to see if the China market's a fake out or not. Unity starting to sell off a little bit more here. Unity could have just been a trap all along, trying to bait people into it. I don't really know. BlackBerry finally ripping to life. There you go, BlackBerry. I think I was looking at the wrong thing earlier when you told me the BlackBerry recovered or something. Because I feel like it wasn't that long ago. This looks great. I don't know what I was looking at. This one should be about to rip. One would hope. $22.31 on GME. GME right at the EMA 200 line. I can't stress this enough. I believe you are looking at the bottom of GME. Not going to be this cheap ever again in your lifetime. Bold prediction, but that's where we're going with. Not financial advice, though. We're really looking at history being made, though. We are so close. Doesn't look like it yet. They're trying to hide the indications of how close we are. We're so close. Oh, I can feel it. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm like twitchy all over. I'm so excited. I'm really interested to see what Chewy ends up doing through all this. Because like the swaps, is Chewy gonna plummet? Is Chewy gonna rip? I have no idea. You know, like, especially if you take Roaring Kitty's memes into account, like, he very explicitly seems to suggest that you're not supposed to touch Chewy. You would think Chewy's plummeting soon. AMC 452, one last push down. One last shakeout. AMC also about to be the cheapest you've ever been able to get AMC before. Again, never going to be this cheap again here soon. Not unless movie theaters actually go out of style, and I don't know, but it's going to be a long time before AMC's this cheap again. Not financial advice, but may do what's right for you. Yeah, honestly, like, I wish I could have predicted with this much confidence all along, you know? It would have saved a lot of problems. But I am so full of confidence about this now. Took too long for all the dots to get put together. But at least we're in, at least we made it. That's really what I care about. I would kind of think, if everything that I think is coming true at 410, I would think that we're still going to get a big rip here. Maybe not above the highs, but I would think that we might get a rip here before 4 p.m. also. "15 minutes left, though, family. Again, no matter what happens now or at 4:10 p.m., doesn't change anything about how I feel about next week. So, hope you guys are excited. Cat might tweet. I think that there's a good chance that we're going to get a YOLO update this weekend. I think that there is a very good chance. Probably some tweets. It's really just going to come down to whether or not he wants to avoid law exposure. You know, and I could completely understand if he just stays silent and then gives a YOLO update after everything happens. I think it's all going to happen regardless. Or he could just want to add fuel to the fire, which I feel like is the more likely outcome. I think he's going to add fuel to the fire. And with everything else going on, he's just going to drop his tweets and it's just going to make everything that much more crazy. I really think that we're going to go above $100 next week. Just because of everything that seems to be lining up. Don't you worry then, you got 16 contracts for next week, you'll be Gucci. GME is pushing up into the close so far, 22.42. We're at kind of an important point though, really want to break through here for sure. Out of AMC, all in on GME. I like it, I like it. I'm a little bit split between them personally, probably a little bit GME heavy. SPY starting to sell off a little bit now. Still not a big sell-off. I'm looking for a big sell-off sometime before the ticker stops moving. I mean, maybe. Let's see how it ends up working out. If GME went to like 200, oh my gosh, I would be so set up. I'd try to be the most generous person if I could. We'll see. As it stands, you know, still got a lot of bills and repayment now. $11 minutes left in the day. GME slowly pushing up. I'm going to stay live until 4:10 p.m. today. I do think that we're still going to get something. If we don't, again, no big deal. But if we do get something at 4:10 p.m. today, that is the biggest confirmation. One girl on the way. That's awesome, man. Big congratulations. That's super awesome. 10 minutes left in the day. Still not really getting like that noticeable pop and volume that I would think would come before the end of the day, but maybe they're just keeping it down and such. Again, waiting till 4:10. AMC came down to 450. I think that is officially the lowest AMC is going to get. I don't expect to go below 450 here. Either way, soon AMC will be the cheapest you're going to ever be able to get it. Or soon it won't be this cheap again, I mean. GME, 350. 9 minutes left on the day. Looks like it's trying to push up. I'm expecting a big candle coming. You would think, right? You know, if this is their last major chance to rotate, you'd think that something be coming. Regardless, I'm waiting for 410. But this is kind of looking like it's the start of a big confirmation for next week. SPY coming up, getting rejected off this EMA 200 line, it looks like. And then that should continue coming down. Maybe it'll break above here momentarily here soon and try to be a last minute fake out. Be interesting and scummy if they do that. Family, we did it. We did it though, family. We figured it out. Our money problems are about to get a lot easier for a little bit.
can show you what love's supposed to feel like.
Purchase GME while you can. If any of you were on the fence, now is your last chance. It's not financial advice. I'm an idiot. Do your own due diligence, but it's looking to me like it's not going to be this cheap ever, ever, ever again. Yeah, buy 10 wives after that. I'm gonna be scared if this thing goes above 100. I might choke. "5 minutes left in the day. Still not seeing anything significant. Oh, they're gonna be feeling it. 4 minutes remaining. We are still very much above max pain, at least. We're not. I don't think we have to worry about going down to 21 in the next 4 minutes. Can we hit 23 in the next 4 minutes? Kind of looking like we're not gonna either. Kind of just feels like we might just stay here until aftermarket. Maybe not though. Maybe it was something crazy will come in. 3 minutes left in the day. That's still plenty of time for something to happen. AMC at 452. AMC not following GME yet. Halt incoming. It's gonna gap down to 21. Yeah. That's what we need. A little bit of rockets. Again, I'm going to hang out here for an extra 10 minutes today, and then maybe a little bit after that, I guess if what I'm predicting comes true. Ah, thanks, David. I'm glad you like it. I feel like I have a lot of it around here, but it's like, it's not blind optimism though. That's the thing. I feel like I've really looked at the pieces and I'm just so confident right now. 22.52, GME pushing up slightly. Final minute here. SPY is selling off in the final minute. Still not a big red candle though, but definitely going down for the time being. Still just holding there. I honestly would have thought it would have sold off a lot harder before now. God, they better not be waiting till like the last 30 seconds and just have like God candle to the downside. That'd be crazy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just worth waiting until 410. I mean, it makes sense to me to sell this off now. There it is, actually. There is 4. SPY looks like it's continuing to sell off, but really just not moving very quickly yet. Maybe we're just going to see a steady sell off in the next 10 minutes. I don't really know. I don't know what to expect exactly. I am going to hang out here for 10 more minutes, though. GME, at least 10 more minutes. GME right now, 22.52. I think at 4:10, we might have something big coming. And if I'm wrong, well, I'm going to feel pretty stupid. But I felt better about it when I was at 3:10. The fact that I had to push it back an hour makes me feel worse about it. But I'm still feeling pretty good about it. I still think it's going to happen. It'll definitely be a monster confirmation. If we get a big candle at 4:10, you need to go tell your family to download a broker app before 8 p.m. and load up money and get GME. Not financial advice, I'm kind of kidding, but that's how serious I am about next week, I think, if this happens. Hold my thumbs! Yes, please, hold all of the thumbs. I want it so bad too. Like, I don't care if it's just like a little one. I just want that confirmation for next week. And then I can smile all weekend. I'm already kind of gonna smile all weekend because I feel that good about next week, but this will just be that last little bit of confirmation. SPY showing some volatility there. Nice big jump. Came right back down though, so maybe it was just them holding orders. I don't know. It's been 84 years. We've waited so long. We deserve this. Nvidia, a little pop to the upside there. I don't know. Nvidia looking like it could bring up the market. It's after hours though. I don't know. I still think it's coming down. And Nvidia is one of the last big fake outs, I guess. $402. Keep holding those thumbs. SPY continuing to sell off. Not moving very fast yet again, but I'm expecting this to move faster before the end of the day. Warlord Mohican to live comfortably though, what a blessing that is. I hope, for all of us. I mean, if GME goes to like 200, I don't know if I could hold out. It depends on how fast it would go. I don't know if I would hold most of my things before 200. Maybe save a little bit that long. But if it went there fast, I'd be in such a crazy position. You guys would always be welcome at my island. Oh, don't do that, Mohican. Those are the worst. I hear they're not good for you either. You don't want to do that to yourself. Bad for your health, yeah. So TLT not really showing too much there in terms of movement into it. I would have thought that TLT might get a little bit more. Silver and gold are elevated based on where they've been at, but still not even up on the day. So I don't know, maybe it's gonna be a last second thing, I don't know. Great day. Oh man, Hero, it is a great day, and I think it's about to get better. And next week, oof, next week's that beautiful, wonderful week we've been looking for, I think. Has to be. Used all of them. That's okay, that's okay. Still waiting to see SPY do something here. More of a sell-off or something, I don't know. Might just be towards the end of the day. Yeah, absolutely, John O'Connor. Probably not that exciting, but that's part of why it's more fun to just hold it in, because explaining it would be less exciting, I think. Oh, yo, what up, Four Leaf? Okay, what up, John? Awesome, awesome, welcome back. Three minutes. I really want to be right. Mostly just for the sake of all of our peace of mind for next week. This is just that like final little bit that if it comes true, it's just like, yep, I don't have to worry any longer. Didn't fully get the confirmations otherwise, like SPY-wise. I would expect SPY to sell off more before I feel like it's a confirmation. Still think that other things are lining up, but this would be a really nice confirmation. Hope you're holding your thumbs.
magnificent. I tried so hard to know it's far
2 minutes.
could ever go. I think I broke myself. I think I went through hell. 'Cause I tried our love. Your love was way above.
Du bist nicht mehr da und ich will, dass du weißt, ja die Liebe am Arsch und die Herzen sind kalt. Ja, ich bin heute allein und doch sag ich dir eins, gib das hier jetzt auf, denn wir sind nicht mehr zwei. Hab mich grad verliebt und doch war ich dir fern. Gib's mir einen Hieb und ich sehe einen Stern. Es brennt noch das Licht, doch es ist weit entfernt. Die Liebe vergibt, doch ich fühle den Schmerz. Ich will dich nie mehr sehen, ja, ich werde
4:09. Moment of truth.
du von mir gehen. Es kann dich nicht alles um mich
Whatever you got, hold it. It's officially 4:10. Give us a beautiful candle. feel crazy for even like thinking about it because it's like aftermarket. I don't know. Maybe there will be a small delay. Band's very narrow. I'm gonna give it, honestly, I'm gonna give it to like 415 and then give up. But I don't want to give up right away. Might be some sort of delay. GME halted. That'd be funny. Funny, not funny. Teensy, nope. Okay, so it's officially 411. I don't want to fully admit defeat yet, but I'm gonna give it a couple more minutes. Again, this was just a small part of it. I would have really thought, I don't know, I guess it remains to be seen. Maybe things are slower in after hours, I don't know. But either way, I want to thank everybody today. Hope you guys are really excited for next week. Regardless of this was just a last minute prediction that I thought would be a last indicator of things to come. You know, there's a lot of factors that I don't understand when it comes to this one. So I don't know. Maybe it's still coming. I would say look for it in after hours. If we do get a God candle, I'm still gonna kind of count that because I don't know how long it would take to actually like show up on after hours and things. If there was something. Either way, next week is our week. Everything is lining up for next week. I'm very excited. Things are really suggesting that it's going to be great. Definitely keep an eye on SPY throughout the night if you guys are watching your charts. If SPY has a big sell-off before the end of the day, it could be that other confirmation that we were looking for next week. Otherwise, thank you guys so much for today. It was awesome to get to hang out with everybody. Really looking forward to the days to come. I do have a community Discord if anybody wants to keep up with things with the community outside of stream hours. The link to that is in the description down below. I keep having an issue with bots though, so you're gonna have to hop on and shoot me a message and prove that you're not here to steal my identity. So that'd be great. Otherwise though, I'm just gonna ramble here for another 2 minutes or something, just kind of wait. I actually honestly feel like I might not even wait till 4:15 at this point. Maybe I'll just admit defeat on this one for now. Still doesn't change the fact that I'm super bullish for next week. And I'm still waiting to see maybe if something does happen later on today. And then maybe there's a piece to it that I don't understand yet. Regardless though, next week is the week. Thank you guys so much, Majno, and thank you, Le Surgeon. Thank you, Geeko Gadgets. Thank you, David Francis. Stocks can get halted in after hours, yeah. Just if they want to. It's less likely to get halted, but I've seen it happen. John O'Connor, thank you for coming through. Thank you guys so much. Hero of the day. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. I do have the other stream to end up streaming on, so I won't be available for large portions of the weekend, but I will be really thinking about you guys and really excited for next week. Decent amount of volume here at the end of the day on some of these candles too. Whoa, look at that. Whoa, two. Wait. Okay, that's the SPY. Okay. I was like, man, is those GME candles? Okay, that's more the volume I was looking for. But yeah, I love you guys. Thank you all so much. Be excited for next week, and I will see you soon. Appreciate you so much, Jeff Jolly. I wanted to make sure I saved the best for last. I appreciate you so much, Jeff Jolly. Just kidding. Nobody else be mad that I said that. I love you guys, though. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. I'll see you soon.